live.
Okay, I have hit the start streaming button. This usually indicates that we are live. In fact, it says we are live. So I'm going to make the assumption that we are indeed live. Congratulations. What would you like to do, everyone? Fancy playing a game of D&D? I do.
Yes, I do.
It's rather fortunate.
I'll be up for it. I'll have to check my schedule.
I thought we were playing Secret Hitler.
No, that would be...
Oh, let's get dying for... Die, everybody at die.
Oh, Christ. Die on Secret Hitler
nice
is
game
never
of
good.
thermonuclear warfare.
Right. Now, I did notice that Theo had done a rather splendid summary of what had happened last session in
last
in
episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, exactly. But in the interest of brevity, because that was quite a thorough summation, to be honest.
And almost completely from memory.
Yeah, quite impressive. Quite impressive. In fact, give yourself an inspiration if you don't already have one.
Thank you.
Wait, where did he put it?
It's in our D&D chat.
Yeah. It is thorough to say the least. But to sum up briefly for our viewer, which I think is only really me that watches it and occasionally other people. I do know. I'll tell a lie. I know a couple of people do watch it. We do actually get a few views.
By the way, I'm choosing the feat sharpshooter.
Bastard.
Actually, speaking of sharpshooter, I have a rule regarding that feat that I would like to inform you all of. Trig, feel free to either use or not use this custom rule that I come up with. But from now on, when using sharpshooter, you sacrifice all additional attacks during that turn. You only get to make one shot if you choose to use sharpshooter during that turn.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, what a coincidence! I only have one attack.
Yep.
Yeah,
but say, for example, if you were dual wielding daggers, you'd only get to use sharpshooter on one of those daggers.
Yeah, it's.
In fact, you'd only get to throw one dagger. The second dagger throw will be rendered moot.
I'll be honest.
You're too busy aiming the first dagger.
Yeah, that's it. It's going to be it's a kind of a sniper thing, because I'm thinking about sort of expanding this world into another campaign that will be in a different time zone, and that will have more firearms in it and will involve snipers and so on, and sharpshooter and even less magic than currently, and sharpshooter and snipers and things like that will be much more prevalent. So yes, I totally agree. That is if you have that and you use that. That is your action for that turn. I'm
going to use sharpshooter with my SMG and get +10 damage to every bullet.
Yeah, I mean it's like it's one of those things that if you're a fighter and you're quite a high level fighter, you can sometimes get up to like sort of 6 attacks in a turn, and if you're firing a rifle at that point, that would be insane. Insane with sharpshooter as well. So basically, last episode you got away from the fort. As you left the fort, you heard some noises of digging. You had a bit of a look round. You didn't find anything. You left the fort. As you were out of eyesight of the fort, you heard a large explosion. You carried on, shrugged and carried on, and carried on your way to the Chateau de Bois, where the Duke of Brittany happens to be living with his wife and retinue, etc., etc. You have been given a standing guard of some French soldiers, 2 carts rather, with some supplies on them, an organ gun, some gunpowder and shot, and your 30 or so French ladies from Brest who you are to deliver to Paris. On your way, you decide to test out some magic. Very wise move. Had a bit of a fight with some demons, and there was a little bit of a mix-up because one of them happened to be able to shape change into a drow, and confusion arose when everyone started simping for her. Be glad you never actually got to see its true form.
Wait,
They are kind of ugly. No, okay, maybe
what do you
not
mean
everyone.
everyone?
Maybe not everyone. Yes. So you had a fight. You fought the big spider monster thing. And we pretty much concluded at that point, as everything had been fought and dealt with. Nothing more to see here. Everyone can just either carry on casting spells, I think you're going to have a long rest because you'd pretty much used all your magical energies, and carry on your way, or maybe carry on doing the same thing on the next day. The choice is yours. What would you guys like to do?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, to be fair, the last session we just ended at. We killed the nut spider thing,
You killed the nut spider thing, indeed.
and there's still one allegedly evil entity.
There is one creature there that showed up as a fiend, yes.
So I'm sort of
It
curious.
didn't show up whether they were evil, good, or neutral. It showed up that they were a fiend of some sort.
Indeed, we need to question them on what they're doing in this caravan.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So let's quickly head over to what was her name?
Stephanie.
Sophia,
Stephanie.
Sandra, Sarah. No. Stephanie.
Who, up until now, you've all been getting quite sort of weird and squishy feelings for, because she's very, very attractive. Very attractive.
Except for CD for some reason.
We know why that is.
Yeah.
What's that supposed to mean exactly?
No goat ears on this girl.
Or tusks.
Yeah.
No muscly
Think
green
not, I
skins
have
or
to
tusks.
Twitter. Screw you guys. 3 days, I'm going home.
The question is, what is CD's type?
I don't want to know.
'Cause if he is in fact into the muscle girl type, then that would explain a lot given his background in Orugberg.
Oh, it wasn't muscle girls I was insinuating.
No!
So,
I will mute you. I have the power.
unfortunately,
He
that's
may
not
have-
very valid then, because the men of Orugberg aren't exactly muscly.
He may have to mute you, actually, Theo, because he can get killed for listening to you say that sort of thing.
No, look. In here in Jordan, in my lovely, lovely country, being gay isn't a crime. I mean, you still will get beaten to death for it and maybe thrown off of a roof, but it isn't a crime. So it's not the officers that are going to do it.
It's not a crime, it's a misdemeanor.
Yes. Free flying lessons for fag. Yes. I know it's the world is cruel and unfair, and the Middle East has some. It's not just the Middle East. Liberalism has its bonuses and benefits. It has its negatives, and yes, carrying on. You do have some nice architecture in some of your cities. Jordan is a very ancient part of the world, as I understand it. I've always wanted to visit there personally. But yeah,
If you visit, do give me a call. I will make sure you have a fun time.
cool. No, appreciate it.
I
Knows where
thought you-
Orugberg live.
I was going to say, I'm not sure what to expect when Chase offers a good time.
Can I mute Grace now?
Yes, please. Soon. Jason just sat there all by himself going, when are we playing D&D?
Alas, while you have the power to mute me, I have the power to fix it.
No! God damn it. I am powerless.
Okay. You can just
Okay.
personally mute him. You can just mute them for you.
But then they would speak lies about me.
Lies.
Definitely.
Deception.
Right.
They're not lies if you don't dispute them.
I dispute everything you say. Okay, anyway, let's focus on the game.
Yes. Right. So you were going to go and ask Stephanie some questions. She is currently. It's basically right after there's been the attack. She's actually in shock and somewhat sort of hunched on the ground, in a state of oh geez, oh no, monsters.
Well, Alistair, being the gentleman that he is going to completely ignore her pleas for mercy and explanation and just sit back and, read his book.
Can
Okay.
I? What should I roll to calm her down and get her to talk?
Calm her down. You need to restrain her.
I think I'm working on information that I haven't got. What happened last session?
We found out that she's a demon.
No, you found out
we
she's a
found out
fiend.
she may be fiendish, or
Yeah.
to be exact, you found out.
Yes.
Have you told the rest of us that, or
Yes.
I mean, otherwise all we've got to go on is that she was being very chummy with a giant spider.
No. I pointed out that both of these were fiends.
Yes.
And then you guys were like, oh no, this giant spider over here is our friend, this drow that's turned up out of nowhere and is suddenly one of our party is our friend.
No. I said, wait a second.
There was a
she
fair
looked
amount of
very
simping
elvish.
from the
Let's first check that out. And then it turned out that she was being a snobby, a whiny bitch about how humans are evil, how humans are inferior, and why am I listening to them? Good point. However, from being scared shitless to suddenly screeching, why do you listen to them? It sounds a bit iffy. And then she suddenly turned into the spider.
Yes.
And to be fair, we've had quite a few experiences where Grace has killed or attempted to kill random NPC. So
because they were evil.
Really,
or
that
because they
priest
didn't
was
speak
evil.
your language.
It was a paedophile.
Anyway,
I mean, no, she also literally killed a paedophile. So yeah.
well, I suppose things do balance out in the grand scheme of things.
Anyway,
Anyway,
even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Person?
Even a broken clock like Grace is right twice a day.
Who said it was a broken clock and not just an off clock?
Going by the amount of times she tried to kill somebody and killed somebody that had nothing to do or was innocent.
Can you prove they were innocent?
Can you prove they were guilty?
I can prove they were dead.
They were dead because
You're
they
not
were
in this
guilty.
D&D game.
Yes. This is somewhat being streamed on YouTube. In fact, have the YouTube link. Feel free to watch it and don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. There we go. I said it.
Let me chill it on V's server.
Being dead is proof enough that they were guilty, because otherwise they wouldn't have heard my suspicion.
That's not how any of.
That's not how it works. But let's continue.
Right.
What do we need to roll to quiet her down a bit?
I don't know. What do you want to do? Want to pat her on the head? Do you want to try to be nice to her, or do you want to sort of point a sword at her and tell her silence, wench?
I'm gonna go there. The big evil spider is gone now, but you're not quite out of the woods yet.
Exactly. Who sent you, demon?
You're gonna
I
have
thought
to.
you- I thought you- no,
You're
I
gonna
thought-
have some explaining to do before.
I thought you knew.
Before.
Jenny sent me. Your friend Jenny? He sent me to keep an eye on you guys. She's asked me to go and meet with the Duke, and I've got a job to do there for Joan, for the Duke's wife.
And what would this ungodly deed be?
That's very all of a sudden because
basically a
we didn't.
handmaiden and maid for her.
That's very new out of a sudden because when we left left Brest, the only objective we had was to reach Paris.
I know, I was going to travel as far as I could with you and then leave, but then we were at the fort, and I managed to convince the nice captain there, Gio, he was a nice man, to send you over to the chateau in Loire to see the Duke, so he could give you a reward, and then you could escort me all the way to where I was going.
So you've deliberately taken us off of our holy path.
You are on your holy path. This is whatever that is. You are on your way to Paris. This is not out of your way.
Can I roll an insight check on that?
You are very welcome to roll an insight check on that.
I'm gonna roll as well.
Okay, you have no idea whether she's telling the truth or not.
How long does Grace's
I
zone
have
of
an
truth
idea?
last?
Yes, you can't seem to find anything wrong. In fact, she is, as far as you know, telling you exactly the truth.
Zone of truth is concentration, and we had a fight.
Yeah.
Ah, fair enough.
I think she's telling the truth.
As far as you guys know, she is telling the truth. She is a friend of Jenny's. Jenny has asked her to go
Oof.
and see the Duke, where she is to take up a position in the house.
She is a hell beast. There must be another motive.
Oh, what
No,
does my
I'm pretty
wisdom
sure
say?
she's
Anything
telling the
different?
truth.
Yeah, your wisdom just backs up what I've just said. I have not been dishonest.
Right.
I am telling you the absolute truth.
Alistair will just look at Grace and say, "Perhaps your magics have mistaken this creature for one of the demons we have already slain."
Then I'm gonna also ask her like, what is the difference between you and your friend that we just slayed?
Well, that wasn't my friend. That was a giant spider demon. I can't turn into a spider.
Then what can you turn into?
Show us your true form, beast.
She looks rather shy about this, and she's like, hey, "Sure, you're not going to hurt me if I do this, are you?"
Perhaps we should not do this in front of the gods.
Perhaps not in front of the guards. I'm just gonna call them off like, hey, evil is gone. Go back to your positions. Let's maybe get into one of the cards.
was
I
gonna
don't think we
suggest that
should
wrecked
get into
house
one of
over
the
there.
parts.
Yeah, perhaps direct houses would be a good idea.
Okay, so you're going to escort Stephanie off to that.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
No, this is
As the rest of the party is going over, Alistair's going to call out to the rest of the guards. "I will accompany them for this interrogation. All of you keep watch."
I did order them to go back to their post, but
I mean, their posts is pretty much, they're not far off their post as it is, but
I know.
okay. The extremely attractive girl that is standing before you is sort of like, are you sure you? I mean, I've heard that sometimes that people react badly when they see me in my, or someone like me in my true form. And she looks at Garrow, and then looks back at you guys. And
Let's just put it like this. We're not gonna be chummy.
I'm not asking you to be chummy. I just need to do a job that I've been asked to do.
Exactly.
Well,
So
as long
I
as you don't cause
personally,
any
I don't.
trouble, you have my word that I will not do anything untoward to a fine maiden such as yourself.
Knowing now what you are and that you have deceived us,
She's not deceived you.
She has hidden things from us.
Not really, even that. She is moving around the world as she is. For various reasons. But
Yes,
I mean, her,
because it's true. I can promise you that no one will harm you.
you know what?
she blushes slightly and changes form ever so slightly and becomes, believe it or not, even more attractive as and there's the shape of two wings come out from her back and just the tiniest sort of little pink horns show on her forehead, as what stands in front of you is something you've seen before, and you've seen every time you've seen them before, they have basically tried to help you or run off when being attacked.
Of course, you're fucking.
I don't know.
I
Every
mean,
time we've seen one before, Garrett's punched it.
Well, there is that, yes.
That's literally not true.
No, it was only once before.
I'm gonna tell her that, to be completely honest, I sort of expected that.
Do we recognise this one as one we've seen before, or is this a totally new one?
I mean,
Oh, by the way, remember what I said about sharpshooter? No, I'm taking keen mind, and that's gonna be it.
are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. But keen-minded is.
Now, what need would these nobles have for a succubus handmaiden, unless you seek to corrupt? Why you?
Why me? Apparently, everybody seems to like me. I'm very nice. They have in their ward, a ward of theirs is a young boy, and I am to try and help him become. You're not going to believe this. Less of a monster. And we were hoping that perhaps he would respond better to me than the other nannies that he has had before, as well, they usually seem to want to leave him, and he is just a little boy, and he is very disturbed, and I was trying to
So
help him.
you're a succubi that is trying to do some good.
I am
You,
just
you must agree that that sounds a bit out
Or
of
one
character.
who seeks to, or a demon who seeks to corrupt a small child to their own ideals?
No,
I don't
you
think at all.
misunderstand. This boy is already he likes to kill. He is a monster. We were just hoping to curb his ways, make him love and enjoy life and enjoy the nicer things in life, like the girls and the wine and so on. And I thought that they thought that I could perhaps help him.
Her demon sorry, her succubus form sounds very French.
Well, she's yeah, whatever. Uh,
What do you
So
mean?
you,
This boy likes to kill things.
I mean, there are less dogs in the village after he comes to visit that village. I mean, he has had playmates who have had strange accidents. I
so you
mean,
wish to curb his bloodlust by replacing it with lust. A sin for a sin.
Well, nobody is perfect. She smiles and blushes at you.
Between you and me, I prefer one sin over the other.
It is at least a lesser sin.
Both sins are equal in magnitude.
She looks at you and
Yeah.
and goes, "No, no, madam. The sin of lust and love and passion. This is a sin you can walk away from and come back and do it again when you have killed someone. That someone is dead. It is the end of their life. This is not good. Life is full of joys and exciting things. You cannot just end it for someone."
And when you have broken someone with lust, their life may as well be over anyway. They are then broken, no longer pure.
I don't think so.
Death
Look,
would be a mercy.
Or
look, at the
perhaps
very least,
there is a monastery somewhere we could send him to cure him of his wayward ways.
Oh,
If
there
he
is a
can, in fact, be
cathedral. There is
redeemed.
a chapel in the house where he is staying at the chateau. They have many holy men and
Perhaps he could maybe be taken on as a monk.
a monk, you say? Huh. Well, don't know where you're
I
from.
don't know,
but-
Grace. The last monk we knew ended up a bit of a troublemaker in his own way, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, from what I understand, he came out better than he went in at least.
Better off, maybe.
He was literally kicked out of the monastery.
I see. Look. If it's up to me, I see no reason to either put you out of your misery or leave you here on your own.
You will let me come with you then to the chateau? I can help you if you like. I saw you were playing with the magics earlier on, and perhaps if you create something that I might be able to help you, perhaps dissuade them from attacking everyone and causing a mess. I am happy
You
to
know,
help.
for the next time, if we knew what you were to begin with, which you did, in fact, hide from us, that would be
Well,
helpful.
Well, it's the gods would not like it if I was wandering around with wings and the horns. They would.
No, but you could still just say it. We had at least a few weeks of travel before we even reached the guards.
Are you familiar with? There are girls in the cart. There are.
We had ample opportunity just pull one of us aside.
I guess, but I was told. I mean, it is not something we reveal to other people often. You cast the spell and noticed who I was. That you even noticed. Before then, you were doing all of the looking shy and being blushing and so on. I have not forgotten that. He smiles.
Well, don't get used to that anymore.
Oh, present journey back if you journey there if you want. She winks at you because she's a bit of a thought. Can't help it. If you don't mind, I
Not
will.
an elf. Not an elf, therefore.
Do not fall for her distrustful ways.
Well, in that case, if you like, she can, immediately changes form. Is still mega attractive, but now has slightly spiky ears and dark hair. Oh no!
I know what you are.
I forgot.
It's not the same.
I can't do that. They would recognize that a different girl has come out. I will. The blonde
Look.
with the big boobies. How do you like this one then?
I know what you are now. It's not going to be the same.
I don't know. It could be better.
You see,
this
he
is
seeks
killing
only
me.
to fuel your lust and corrupt you. If Jenny truly sends her, then perhaps we should send her back with a message and deal with this boy on our own.
How about we avoid murder? Eh?
It's not
I mean,
murder if you return a demon to its home plane. Banish it back to the hells it came from.
I don't know, Grace. I mean, she could be useful as long as she promises not to charm any of us, and at the slightest sign of, misbehavior, then yes, we could do the whole banishing thing. But until then, I mean, she at least knows this world a bit better than we do, don't you think?
You would take the promises of a demon.
Not on blind faith, of course not. But there are 5 of us, including your horse. I think.
1 second, please. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
We can beat her down if near thing.
She's very happy to give you her word that she has no interest in harming any of you at all, and that
Besides, Grace, what is better, to be born good, or to overcome your evil with greater?
You make a good point. Do what you will. But should I see darkness infecting you? Should I see her acting against the group, and you stand against me when I try to cut her down? I will assume
I'm
you
back.
to be taken under her spell and cut you down alongside her.
She looks slightly confused, and she says, "I'm confused. You were friends with Jenny. You were, yes, you know Jenny, and she were friends with her. She has helped you a lot, and why is there suddenly this issue? I
Let me be
mean,
clear.
Friends is a strong word.
Let me be. We, and I point to me, Garo, and Gori.
Well, rather just point at you and me.
Yeah, we are friends. Jenny, she is at most acquaintance.
oh, happy to hear that you do not consider her good friends. As she saved your lives.
Well, we do consider her friend.
I mean, what do you have to do to become friends with someone if not bring them back from the dead? After this is quite the thing to do for someone who is they are kind of an acquaintance. I don't really know or give a toss about them. I just bring them back to life when they are dead. It's not something that you.
It was my god that returned me to this place.
No, not
Not
you.
some demon.
As I said, we do consider her as a friend. We are grateful.
We are friendly to her, and we appreciate what she's done for us. However, she also hid some things from us, didn't explain some things to us.
Oh, people, this is the world. People do not just, hello, stranger, I will tell you everything about my life, all my dirty little secrets. No,
Trust is
earned, yes.
something you have to earn, and
Yes.
that goes both ways.
Trust is earned by your actions. It is not. You do not earn trust by. Have you told me about your childhood? Have you told me about your first girlfriend? Have you told me about the thing you hold the most secret? No, I don't know you, but I try to friendly to you. Are friends of a friend of mine, so I consider you to be friends. Or at least I hope so.
Then the least you could have done is tell us that you were friends with Jenny, which you did not.
Well, no.
Until
perhaps.
now. But in any case, that's all water under the bridge now. It's not really of any use to argue about that.
But if you can keep the secret, I am happy. But yes. Okay. So, are we killing Stephanie, or is she going to happily go back to her cart, or perhaps help you out in your quest a little bit here and there where she can?
I'm of the opinion she's got my vote.
Okay.
She will be kept under a stern eye, and should she slip up, or be seen to be tempting those who need not be tempted, she shall be slain.
Grace, I'm happy to go along with you, but you will not outright kill her.
I mean, she's basically temptation in person. Just by walking around, she is temptation.
Gregoria,
Maybe feel prettier.
if she does turn against us anyway, I think we have to side with Grace on this one.
I agree.
As long as she behaves herself, I'm willing to give benefit of the doubt. Keep an eye on her, as it were.
I agree with you, Garo. I agree completely with you.
I think my eyes are generally quite happy to be kept on her, to be honest.
Well, Alistair just looks at the party and says, "A creature of carnal desire. Surely its actions shall be predictable, will they not?"
One would hope.
Can she see Alistair? And does Alistair have any symbology on him at all?
Any of the symbology that Alistair would have on him is currently hidden away in his robes.
Okay.
Can she even see him behind Garo?
I mean, we can't even see him if it wasn't for the little pink spot. So.
It's plot reasons.
Indeed. So, would you like to carry on doing spell testing, essentially? Or would you like to carry on the way to the chateau? Or do you want to do something else? I mean, you've got... You are in the middle of the French countryside, on your way to the Loire Valley. You're about halfway through the journey.
It is also, from what I understand, pretty late, and we've burned off our spell slots and been attacked in the middle of the night while we were on second watch.
Yeah, we would like to do a rest and then continue on in the morning.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in that case, let's put Stephanie in the cart.
At the very least, short rest.
Take a long rest. Have a night's sleep, and you can start again in the morning and refresh all your spells and so on. I will tell you now. All of the creatures, it is quite quiet in the area. All the creatures in that particular area have fucking legged it the moment a giant spider appeared. And a general sort of sense of something really quite nasty was about. The foxes, the squirrels, the birds, they all went, "Fuck this, I'm out of here, chief."
The foxes especially knew that CD was around.
Yes.
Mm.
Don't worry.
I
I may forgive, but I will never forget.
I haven't been hunting for a while. You reminded.
Oh wait, we didn't know about the fox, did we?
Yes. You did not know about that. You
Oh.
thought I hunted.
Player me may forgive, but player me will never forget.
Come on, it wasn't that bad. I only killed some fox.
You killed baby
What
fox.
fox?
A fox den that he flooded with ticks, ants, and other horrible creatures in order to kill a fox and its cubs to death in the set there and then.
Mm-hmm.
I'd forgotten.
Okay,
about
I wish I
that.
hadn't asked.
He basically gas chambered a bunch of baby foxes
Yep, he
Yep,
did.
Yep.
with insects instead of gas.
I had almost forgotten about that. I am sad now.
I casted this spell and rolled a buttload of damage.
Though it probably didn't even matter. One damage was probably already enough for the baby foxes.
Indeed. Anyone that's taken any damage,
That's
feel
messed
free to.
up.
They had their eyes eaten
Yes.
whilst they were still alive. How could you, Chase?
I didn't know your second name was Mr. Fauci.
My only regret is not being able to skin them as well.
And he wonders why we go. No, dude, your alignment is a bit on the evil side. I'm sorry. So no, I'm neutral. I let the worms eat their eyes whilst they're alive.
Oh, I'm neutral. I'm leaving the worms alone. They also need food.
you're messed up. I'm
God.
just going to put that
I
out
could
there.
have sent the Tui to get the bodies. God damn it! Now that I thought of that idea. Damn. I wish I did before.
Nah, but at that point you already ejected Tatooine out of you to turn into a bird, which you weren't able to do.
That's true. All right.
Yes, you
So-
shouldn't have been able to send us to a bird at that point. But you did
Yeah.
anyway, because I was an ignorant DM at the time.
It's fine. We nearly killed him for it.
Well, now I can turn into a bird. So I tell the party, should I scout ahead and make sure everything's fine after the long rest?
Well, it's the morning, isn't it?
It's now the morning. You have feasted and slept and then broken your fast with whatever leftovers you had and generally feeling ready for a lovely day. Except it's a bit cloudy, maybe a little bit of rain. It is after all spring and weather is a little bit changeable at that time of year. But it's a day.
Alistair will ask the captain of the guard if he has had any of his soldiers scout the road ahead yet.
Not yet, sir. Not yet. I mean, as you can see, it's not exactly a road ahead at the moment. We're definitely more woodland path. But we're not expecting any problems here. The English are well behind us, and this area of the country is not really known for bears and the like. There are a few wolves, but they usually steer clear of large camps and so on like this. Could be a few bandits, but I don't really see any bandits attacking an armed caravan such as this. But yep, we will probably have a couple of men have a bit of a wander down and wander back in just a minute. In fact, I might send old John, Claude. There we go. That's a much better name.
You mean Jacques?
Jacques. There's a Jacques later on. No, Claude will do. In fact, Claude can get on the horse, and it is his horse, and Claude can ride down and take a bit of a look down the road, and ride back and do a bit of scouting for us. If the pretty lady with the black armor, with the shiny armor, and the horse, if she wants to join him, they can ride back and forth and act as scouts together.
Once he's finished his ramble,
Yes.
Alistair will nod soundly and then mutter something about the inevitability of death having been staved off.
Yes,
like
that is very cheery indeed. Would you like some cheese? Perhaps some wine. It will make you
Yes.
feel better.
Would you like some cheese? Yes.
Okay, so
He is edgelord unless cheese is involved, in which case he is yes.
Even dark beings such as I require sustenance.
Okay, so yeah, we'll call
I
this
don't know
guy
about you
Claude.
guys, but
What? Go
I would like to, before we head out, talk to Stephanie if there's an opportunity.
on. Of course.
I also suggest for Grigori to join with because I think we need to learn about what's up ahead, and Stephanie seems to know about this place that we're headed to.
Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a very good idea. I'll join you, Garo.
Okay, so Claude is now a French mounted infantry, and he is going to bugger off down the road. After talking to the captain of the guard and just going, yeah, okay, I'll go and scout ahead. He gestures to see if Grace wants to join him or not.
Yeah, I'll accompany.
Great, okay. You guys will fuck off down the road. You ride about half a mile or so, and then double back and come back. Right, so you guys want to question Stephanie whilst Grace isn't about? What would you like to say, Gary? You've got about half an hour before she comes back.
I see. Assuming Grigori's with me,
Mhm.
I'll walk over to her and say, "Morning, Stephanie, wasn't it? Apologies if I didn't get your name right. There seems to be a lot of confusion with that. Anyway,
Yes, it is
you were
It is Stephanie. Yes.
really? Oh,
Yeah, it's Stephanie.
grand. I got it right first time. Anyway, yes, you seem to know a bit about this. Was it Duke of Bretagne or something like that? Whatever the god was saying.
Yes.
I thought, maybe you could give us a bit information about this place we're heading to. How big is it? What are the dangers? What are the interesting sights? That's the thing.
Well, we are in
So,
Brittany. You basically okay. I'm gonna kill the. I can't do the flirty French tart accent at the moment.
Please don't.
thank God
yeah,
for that.
Thank God. Yeah, indeed. Right. Okay. You are in Brittany at the
Oh.
present moment. She explains to you that everything from the coast in Brest, where we met, all the way across to where you were going is the region of France called Brittany. That you
Duchy or kingdom right now?
Duchy.
Bretagne.
It is ruled by Jean the Wise, as he is known, or John the Wise, as he's known in England. And Jean the Wise is also John the Fifth, the fifth John to rule. There has been a number of dukes have changed over in the last few years. It has been essentially Brittany has changed hands between the English and the French quite a lot of late over the last little while. But John has come and he has, after marrying the daughter of the king, he has brought as much peace to the land as is possible, and is generally known to be a good and wise man, and has been trying very hard to make Brittany great again. Essentially.
How wise could he be, though, if his son is, as you say, a bit on the dark side?
No, my dear, no, not his son. No, it's the water. It is of the family Dre. Gilles is he is a troubled boy, and he is of noble birth, and he is from nearby, and his parents have died, and as a result, he has come to live with various nobles in various places, and is currently living with the Duke, because everywhere he goes, seems to be a bit of a black cloud that follows him. People get a bit upset, people make accusations, dogs seem to die. As I said, occasionally he has had play friends, if you will, of other kids from the village who have fallen down and split their heads open and died.
Yeah, very interesting. What was his name again?
Gilles. Are you looking up Gilles de Rais?
No, I know who it is. I've seen at least one Fate series.
Gilles.
Okay, don't go by Fate series. Yeah, go by actual freaking history. Far more interesting. Far more interesting. God, Fate. I don't know. Good God.
But he's not related to the Duke.
He is not the Duke's son. No.
Was this playmate by chance? Did they go by the name Jacques? And did he have an accident that involved breaking the crown of his head by chance?
That sounds about accurate. Yes.
I bear in mind this is Ginger asking this, not Alistair.
Yep. I am throwing in some big fat chunks of actual history. As much as I can, with the world being slightly different, obviously. But yes.
I was just referencing the nursery rhyme Jack and Jill.
Jack and Jill, yes, I know. I did get that, but yes, it's essentially, what you've got is a kid who, Bit of an odd one. Bit of an odd one, and certainly history knows him as France's first serial killer, having killed over 200 children in his life that he admitted to, as well as the fact that he was one of the chief generals of Joan of Arc. And Gilles de Rais is an interesting character and well worthy of study, and is currently about 8 years old and living at the Chateau de Bois, where you are heading.
So, tell me, what made this kid turn out this? Was he always this way, or was there like some event or something that happened?
Don't know.
I mean, I
think
would
he was-
reckon losing
was-
your parents would have a bad influence on you.
Well, possibly. I don't know. I do not know why, but we just know he is a troubled boy.
I mean, I lost my whole. I lost.
And
I turned off.
if I may ask, why is he of so much interest to you and Jenny? I mean, there are plenty of troubled children in this world, I'm sure.
Yeah, but how many are there troubled noble children?
He's a troubled noble child, and he is known to have he is a child of fate, shall we say. They know he has a big future ahead of him, and they want to make sure he's, he could go in one of many ways, and they don't want it to be but as terrible as it might be.
Oh well, perhaps he just needs some role models in his life to sort him out.
I still find it interesting that a succubus is being sent to do that. No offense.
Yeah. She takes no offense. I mean, it's she's just like, well, I have been asked to do a job for Jenny, and Jenny tells me to do something. I try to do it. She's the boss after all.
How big of a boss is she?
Big of a boss. Well, if she tells me to do something, I will do it.
Yeah, but is she how far up the hierarchy is she?
She looks a little confused by when you say that hierarchy.
Like a one demon takes orders from another, and they usually have one above them, and then above that, and above that, and above that. Like, how far is she up? How far up is she?
Surely, Grigori, you're not implying that Lady Jenny herself is one of those foul, horned demons that we've been fighting?
She
I mean, if
doesn't
she-
really know. She just knows that she does what she's told when Jenny tells her to do something.
All right. Hey, nothing.
She also,
nothing
she
asked,
also
nothing
knows
gained.
that she gets, she's not the she takes her orders as well, but Jenny does what Jenny wants to do,
Hmm.
and Jenny has
All right.
been telling her and her friends to look after you pretty much since you arrived in this world, and she's been trying to help you as much as she can. But
Oh, well,
she doesn't know
in
why.
which case, tell me, Samantha, you wouldn't happen to know any ways of getting back to where we came from? Because that would definitely help us.
She looks at you and just says, I do not know. Sorry. I am
Do you
just
know anyone
like
who
you.
might
I am
know?
just a plaything of higher powers.
Well,
I enjoy playing sometimes, but I am I just do what I am told.
Would you know someone who might be able to tell us, if not yourself?
Well, if you see Jenny, you could ask her. I don't know. I don't know. As I said, I am just gentle and kind to people and do what I can. Bring out their passions.
I'll turn to Grigori and say, you know what, this John the Wise Guy. Perhaps he might have an inkling. We should ask him when we see him, don't you think?
I know his name might imply something, Garo, but if he's a human, I don't know if it's the best of ideas to immediately tell him that there's demons and angels running around trying to subvert everything around them.
Uh-huh.
Oh, we could leave the details out, but I mean, if he's as wise as they say he is, to give him a title, it's got to stand for something, should it not?
I would suggest to take that with a grain of salt. But what did you plan on asking him?
The first thing that comes to mind is whether or not someone as wise as John the Wise might have a sizable library we could go through, maybe find a rare tome that might help answer some of our questions.
That's definitely a very good idea to do, Garo.
There would certainly be a sizable library.
He as a duke,
Yeah.
he should definitely have a library or of some sort that we, if we ask nicely, we may use, especially now that we helped with the fort. I just hope that everything turned out okay. Do you have any way of knowing what happened to that? I asked to Stephanie. To that fort.
At the fort. What do you mean? You mean the explosion that happened as we after we left?
Yeah. You don't have any friends around that may be able to know.
I do not know. I am not. I do not have those sorts of abilities. If someone were to go there and visit and come tell me, then perhaps I would know. But other than that, I cannot.
But you can't communicate with your friends via thoughts or anything.
No.
Mm.
Chicken, hold on a second. Let me just bring up the stat sheet. She does have a bit of telepathy, but it's not long range.
Right.
So yeah.
I think I might have just forgotten something.
Yes. Garo just got dumber. Remove 1 intelligence point from your stats for the next 12 hours.
Oh, come on! It's not
going
natural. Come on, come on! It's not the natural one.
No, you're right. The natural one would have been 0.
Since Garo's not going to have any ideas, I'm going to suggest to Theo that perhaps if we want to get an update of what's going on elsewhere in the world, perhaps we can cast spells to summon informants.
That's
okay. Say,
it is not a bad idea to carry on your spellcasting practice.
Only we had someone who can create talking stones for us.
Talking stones?
Maybe.
Talking stones. Sending stones. Sorry, I fucked that up.
Well,
I mean, yes. that's the alternative to walkie-talkies, but this is like actual flying informants, aka little imps.
Trig, I have a question for you.
Sure.
If I cast the Friends cantrip, which bear in mind is a cantrip and therefore should summon an imp, can the imp that I summon be the target of the cantrip?
You have the ability to switch off the effect of imps being spawned at will, essentially, with your amulet.
So no one told you life was gonna be this way.
So yes, you could essentially spawn an imp or something similar. Yes.
I know I can do that, but what I'm asking is, the Friends cantrip basically targets a creature and then says, "You're my friend now" for the next minute.
Okay.
And they don't get to make a save against it either, which is particularly funny.
Okay.
Yeah, but they get angry afterwards after that minute.
Yeah, but at that point you just stab them. In this case, the imp that I'm summoning in with the casting of friends, can
Yes.
that be the target of friends in order to ensure that it spawns in friendly?
I would say no, because
No, I
you
was going
cast
to say
it and then they
no.
spawn.
You've cast a spell and no. I mean, you could cast it and then cast it again, and cast the friends on the first imp, and then when the second imp arrives, you know,
How about
have them
I
fight or
cast?
something.
How about I cast Shillelagh, you cast Friends with the amulet on, and when Friends is done, I beat the shit out of it with the Shillelagh.
Yeah, you
That's
could do
actually
that.
not a bad plan.
Yeah. Okay. You can do
Wait,
this in
what?
front of the French guards, or are you gonna wander off into a bush together first?
Oh, look, we can wander off into a bush together, and also I have a spell that's probably a bit less annoying than that.
I have
also
a
worth
question.
pointing out
What are you
that,
actually hoping to accomplish here?
well, we were wanting to be able to summon imps for to be used as informants, weren't we?
I
Yeah,
also
but
have I
if-
also have cantrips.
without having to force it to be a friend and then immediately killing it, why don't you just ask Samantha to accompany you, or whatever her name is, and have her just talk to it?
Yeah.
I
It'll
mean,
last longer then.
yeah. There is that.
But it's worth bearing in mind, I wasn't asking this with the intention of, and now I'm going to do it. I was asking this to ensure that this was an option. See,
What
that's
I
what
would like
smart
to do,
players do.
I will actually go through with it and ask to Stephanie next time that we take a little break. Would you mind accompanying me to get one of your friends and ask them to check out the fort for us?
She smiles at you, winks, and goes, "Oh, you want to go into the woods together?" Yes. Sure. Grins.
Theo, wouldn't it be easier just to see if said imp has already heard it on the grapevine, instead of sending it like 2 days' journey there and back?
What?
Say, I said, why not ask it before you send it on a 2 days' journey there and back if it's just heard it on the grapevine? But
Oh, no. We definitely first ask if it knows anything, but if it doesn't, which it probably won't because he's trying to make his way to Gargamax.
Gargarax, yes.
Gargarax. We
Sure.
definitely ask it first if he heard anything, but I doubt it. Though that's definitely a good thing to ask.
Unless you ask Gary to accompany you, he's going to stay with the camp and have breakfast.
Oh, I thought we were already. Oh, yeah. Oh, if we're still on a break, let's go. Yeah, Garo, would you mind coming along as well?
Sure. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Were we talking to Stephanie in the cart or somewhere, or where were we?
Yes.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you look on the map, she's sat in the cart. You're sort of
All right.
ish.
Then I'm stepping out of the cart and I'm holding my hand out for her to help her out of the cart.
Okay, she will happily join you.
All right, I'll lock my arm with her and we'll walk towards the bushes.
Okay, where do you want to go? Put yourself on the map. I will.
Let's just go off to the south where we were before.
And you want me to follow you, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's gonna make some sort of lewd comment about two handsome men on my arms into the woods together. The gods will be three. I mean, maybe three is too much for me to handle. I don't know if I have that many. Well, we can try, I guess.
Trig, stop propositioning the party for a threesome.
What a fork, I mean.
I think Ginger.
I mean, have thought
yeah.
of it.
It's grim.
Think,
yeah. Okay.
Ginger, I think the correct term for it is a spit roast.
Yeah.
I was going to say I didn't agree to this.
A DP and a spit roast.
In any case,
Right.
I'm just gonna find a plant and cast Toll the Dead on it.
If if any of
I'm
the
not even
guards,
gonna bother with damage or anything. The plant is just the plant or whatever. It's just dead, probably.
Yes.
if any of the guards are wondering why 3 of the party are going off with the very busty woman, Alistair will just explain to them that they are going to accompany her for some private matters.
For some flower picking.
Yes. They the guards were like, I'd like to accompany her for some private matters too. Oh my God. The shape of that woman. There's just curves and more curves, and then legs, and then lips, and then But 3 of them at a time. My God.
Without even missing a beat of reading his book, he will respond to that with, "Yes, and she is incredibly horny."
You know, that's the most out of character thing he said till now.
Oh,
I mean,
it's
technically,
not
it's
in
a
it.
literally accurate statement.
Yes,
Yep.
fine.
You
Okay,
think he's making a joke?
fine. I was gonna try. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, so you've cast a cantrip. You've yeeted a plant. Hold on a second. Yep. Okay, you're getting him. And yeah, getting him. Here. It is currently summon 6 for a round.
All right, and I'm telling the guys, watch out, don't kill it yet.
I like
Stephanie,
restrain it.
Steph, no, it should be okay. Steph, do you mind? Stephanie, do you mind if I call you Steph?
I mean, my name is Stephanie. Steph is Stefan is a boy's name, but okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Yes, you can.
All right, Steph. And, if you could ask him to if he knows anything about the fort, and I mean he probably doesn't, but if you could ask him to check it out for us and report back in, that would be
Oops.
a great help to us.
He looks a little confused for a few seconds, and then he looks at the 3 of you, and continues flapping there, and goes. He seems to smile and salute you, and then then Stephanie starts talking. And
Oh, he's not even angry that he was trying to go to Gargamel. The word was his name.
He's. I was going to say he's basically talking to Stephanie. They're doing a kind of telepathic thing, and there's noises because you guys don't speak Abyssal.
Trick. Can I psychically or telepathically ask Francois if he understands what they're saying?
Francois has no idea what they're saying. Francois speaks French.
Fair enough.
Just does anyone want to roll an insight check for me here?
Sure.
No, you've not noticed anything in particular. Okay, groovy.
Chase, go.
Okay, let me 1 second. Insight. Let me see here.
Nope, no one noticed anything particularly special about it. Okay, fine.
Well, would I be able to ask Francois at the same time? I've asked him about language. If anything looks weird about this.
You want to know if there's something weird about this? There is a bat demon thing flapping around there. That is not exactly normal. And as he says that, the thing just basically in the blink of an eye kind of turns into a raven and flies off with a bit of a caw noise. and is busy making his way off into the world. And she says, "Well, he was he was very surprised. He was just on his way to go see Gargarax, and the poor old Gargarax, he's been having a rough time of it lately. Every time he's very lonely these days. But he thanks you for not attacking him this time. Don't know why. You guys always, every time the imp appears, and they is just, oh, I am here now. I was on my way to Gargarax's, and then suddenly it's, the swords and the death, and they're being attacked, or he is attacking my friend. I must go and help. But yes, he is very, very thankful that you didn't attack him immediately this time, and yes, he will fly and happily go and see if what has happened to the fort. I mean, it is a little wild. I wouldn't expect him to be back anytime soon, but he will come back. He's a good boy.
I mean, that should be okay. I mean, we still have some time before we get to the Duke, and any information that we may bring along with us, it could be useful in getting a bit a favor or two, or just any extra information that we may have.
If he does come back and tell us the fort has been destroyed, maybe we shouldn't mention that.
Of course,
we may lose a bit of favor.
Of course,
we're going to give the imp a name. So someone write this down somewhere. He's going to be Ixel.
How do you spell that?
IXL.
Yeah.
Like
Is that 1 X or 2?
You know what?
Is that with a K?
You know what? Give him 2 X's.
Ixel?
Yeah.
With. Okay, that's also a way to write it.
Ixel is currently in crow form and is buggering off to.
How about this?
Trig, I have a quick question. So it's out of character, by the way. So the celestial is Latin, right?
The celestial is what? Sorry.
Celestial is basically Latin, yes.
Yes.
Elven is French. Celestian is Latin. Dwarven was German, or was it Norse?
Dwarven was Norse, and Gnomish was German.
Right. What's Draconic?
Oh God, that's a good question. I don't know.
That would be Chinese or Japanese.
Yeah.
Could we have?
So, in other words, highly relevant to the current campaign setting.
So could we have Infernal be Arabic?
Infernal be Arabic.
That makes sense to me.
It is all and so on sounds.
No,
so yes.
It has some hats and
I don't know. I feel like Infernal should be Welsh.
Orcish is Welsh. You think that's a joke? No, that's actually the case in Yesrallaw.
Fair enough. I'm happy for Orcish to be Welsh.
Same goes for Infernal being equivalent to Arabic in Yesrallaw.
Sure. No, I'm fine with that. That's lots of throat sounds that no one quite understands.
Wait, what's Sylvan? What's Sylvan?
Not really relevant is what Sylvan is.
What do you think to my spelling of? What do you think to my spelling of Ixel?
I prefer my spelling.
Oh God. Get it right.
No way, Ginge.
Get it
no
right.
way.
That's how you spell Ixel.
Mm-hmm.
What did we say Dwarven was?
Now that the Ixel Raven's gone, are we planning to cast any more spells while we're here, or?
Not really. I already tried out most of my spells. Actually, all my spells.
I mean, CD and Goa both have spells that we haven't cast in this world yet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You got all sorts of
Can
spells.
I
Yep.
can I see what happens when I cast Speak with Plants?
Speak with plant.
Yes.
Oh, if
Is
you
that an
do
actual spell?
if CD happens to say what he's gonna cast, I'm gonna sort of rub the back of my head and say, please tell the plants sorry for what I just did to them.
All right. Probably I should be I should be apologizing way more than you should, but sure. Actually, no. You know what? I want a more. I want a more useful thing.
Why don't you test stuff that you've been wanting to use but have found yourself holding back just because you were a little concerned?
How about trying a healing spell?
Okay, no, I already tested healing spells in the fort. It
okay.
just makes me glow.
Yeah.
I want to cast. Where is it? Here. This. And I describe it as the most poisonous plant that I could find.
Within
I
5
was
miles.
I was going to the corner shop the other day and I spotted some hemlock.
I was going to say, you're in Europe. There is extraordinarily poisonous things almost everywhere around you. People don't realize hemlock, nightshade, and mushrooms that will kill you stone fucking dead within minutes are literally everywhere. People have them in their gardens and they think they look pretty. Foxgloves are all over the fucking shops. Yeah. So you are going to be overwhelmed with information by casting that. You're also going to find yourself glowing whilst you do it.
You know the reason why nightshade is such a popular poison in old tales and such is because it looks just like a normal berry. In fact, it is for all intents and purposes a normal berry, to the point where you can make compote out of it and use it to top a cheesecake in order to poison someone to death.
You mean the red ones?
Yeah.
Oh.
You can make jam out of deadly nightshade.
Yeah, the roots and petals are far more effective if you want medicinal uses for neurotoxins, though.
Yeah.
They remind me of you know red currants?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They remind me of red currants.
Yeah, I mean,
they are practically identical.
Eating berries is where was a really, really good use for slaves back in the old days. You would just go, here, try this. Yeek, he falls over, dies. You try another one. Yeek, he falls over, dies. You try this one, and he goes, oh, that's tasty. And you go, great. And you can go and give it to the king. Because literally poisons in Europe, as this is what I said before, you can create, if you know what you're looking for, hay bales full of poison. I'm going to give you as much poison as you like. You can fill a wagon full of poisons if you want.
Okay, in the long rest, how much poison do I make?
Roll me 2d6. No, roll me 2d8. In actual fact, roll yourself 2d8. Because there's processes involved here.
Well, if you are a practiced herbalist in the real world, you can make a reasonable amount of poison, like enough to get rid of a household, in far less than 8 hours. If you are a magically enhanced druid, probably a little more.
Okay, you have another 7 files of rather nasty neurotoxins because you've been collecting nightshade. No, actually,
I'm gonna kill you with a deadly neurotoxin.
Yeah. Some really nasty stuff, actually. Really nasty stuff. Yeah.
You will not survive because of the deadly neurotoxin.
Okay. Basically, is there a plant that simply paralyzes someone?
Certainly.
And Nightshade
Are
in the
you-
correct quantities can quite effectively paralyze someone.
Yeah,
Out
but
of
Nightshade's
curiosity,
more of
are you
a...
trying to gather paralysis poison plants in front of us?
Not in front of Grace.
Yeah, paralysis from Nightshade is less likely. It's not going to stiffen things up. It's just going to make you less able to use things. It's more likely to put you asleep than paralyze you.
Oh, that's fine. I'm just waiting to find one of the WEF guys and use this on them.
Rightly, and looking at my...
What about Gelsemium?
That's exactly what I was looking at. It's a North American one, though, and you don't really find it in Europe so natively. But yeah, you would probably be able to find some.
Mushrooms are probably better for paralysis.
Yes.
You also still have the weed.
Yeah, I mean, that causes paralysis for different reasons. People are just like,
Okay,
dude, I
and
can't fucking move. Did you see that chicken? The chicken was like a horse. That chick was riding it. That girl was riding a chicken. No, that was a horse, you
What?
asshole. Too much weed. There might have been a
While all
mushroom
this is
in there.
going on, Gareth's
Yes.
going to put his hand on Seedy's shoulder and say, "Look, what? You don't need to skulk around everywhere. You know, be a bit more proud in yourself." And I'm going to do that.
temporary hit points until the end of the spell. I get equal. Oh, nice.
I mean, I'm mainly doing to see what happens, but also.
Okay. Sorry, Kiki, I'm using your account again. Yeah, actually, this is quite interesting. This is actually very interesting.
Oh no, angels are spawning.
Oh. No, angels are not spawning.
Why is it so interesting?
Because
It's another spider.
No, it's not another spider. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, no, you're off by 1.
Wait, what? How are you counting them?
Top left.
1, 2.
Probably here, because I've just put
4.
my hand on his shoulder.
Oh, okay. Okay. You're there.
I wouldn't be able to reach him through Grigori,
In
would I?
that case,
Wait,
Oh,
is that? Oh no, she's already next to us. What? There's 2 of them now.
this is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
You have created another demon tot. Not created, but
Summoned.
summoned. Not summoned. Not summoned. It is not summoned. It is not a summon.
I'm gonna ask Stephanie while she's here. Hey, Steph. How come that whenever we use any of our spells or abilities, you lot are popping up?
She grins and goes, "Oh, you haven't to work that one out yet. I would have." It is simple. As you know, we are in hell, and whenever you use magic here, it's the lines between the next level of hell and this level of hell blur just slightly in an area, and it seems whoever is visiting Gargarex seems to find their way here instead. Poor Gargarex. I think he has been cursed or something. But yeah, no, he is. Michelle is here. Bonjour, Michelle. And Michelle sort of looks around and is like, "Oh, Hello. Stephanie, how's it going, darling? And you know, they immediately start nattering and doing girly talk and so on and etc. etc.
Should we be worried? I asked Grigori.
I mean, I know if I was doing this, I would be constantly trying to do that spell again.
Unfortunately, I think I only get one of those a day.
I'm gonna roll an insight.
Okay.
Should be okay.
Okay. Yeah. They're sort of whispering and giggling to each other. She looks at Garrow and frowns, and then carries on going stuff between each other, and you know, at that point, pretty much her wings seem to disappear, and where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Attractive brunette chick is standing there instead with no wings now.
So what happens now?
I mean,
Oh no!
guards
no.
are going to find what's just you guys coming back with two babes. Rather interesting.
How,
Hey, I'll see. Don't you have that whole pass without trace thing? Maybe we could sneak this one into the caravan.
Grace will not like this.
Rich, how long have you been out there by now? Is it have you been doing this for an hour?
Probably approaching half hour by now.
Probably about half an hour. In that case, Grace and the scout will be on their way back. There's no point in them buggering off and doing a scouting mission and then being gone all day. You guys actually have to get going. But I don't know. Do you have time to spawn another succubus?
No, Stephanie.
I will just double check something. Ginger, how many heroism spells do I have a day? Is it one or is it more than one?
That's part of your feat, correct?
Yeah, the magic initiate.
I believe you get one of those a day.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't have any more of those.
Right.
Yeah, it's Stephanie. And what was your name? Marie? No.
Michelle.
Michelle. Personally, I do not completely mind you guys staying with us in the camp, but there's one that will notice you being there, and that will raise a lot of questions that I would prefer not to be asked.
Well, Michelle's going to look at you and go, "Well, I didn't intend to be here. I was going to see a friend. If you want me to join you, I can. But if you like, I can just go and find a village. I'm sure there is a nice farm boy somewhere. I can make comfortable for the night. You know."
Sure, give that farm boy the night of his dreams. And meanwhile, come on, guys, we need to go back.
Right. Congratulations. Once again, you've released a succubus to wander around and and generally,
So that's why the French people are so degenerate.
Yes, half their women are
It's
succubuses.
because of us.
You know what? That makes sense, knowing the people I know.
See, I'm creating real law. So are you guys going to wander back to the camp, or are you going to?
Yeah, let's just go back.
Okay,
I beckon for Sophie too. Let's go. Let's go back. We've been out here long enough.
Groovy. Right, so Stephanie's back on her cart. You notice that Grace and the scout has got back, and they're conferring with the captain that there's nothing ahead. You know, should be pretty plain sailing today. We want to probably get a move on. Those clouds are looking a bit grim around here, and if we don't start moving, it's going to tip it down with rain, and it's all going to get really muddy. There is a main road about a mile up ahead that you can get onto, and by main road I mean a
slightly less grass covered road.
Yeah, and it is an actual track. It's actually an old Roman road that has been a bit better maintained than normal. It's pretty good.
It's still so impressive how the Romans built roads.
Yeah, it's very it cut their troop movement and general logistics time down so much. It's untrue.
Did the Romans also create road?
Sorry, road what?
Yes, they did also create roads. That's just what we were talking about.
No, road tax.
Road tax.
No, they didn't have road tax. They had tolls instead.
I was going to say they had tolls, which is a sort of road tax, but no.
Far more direct. Also, far more fair.
Yeah, exactly. You use this road, you pay the toll.
You got to pay the troll toll.
Indeed. So you're
Chase.
going to...
Yes, I'm here.
Nothing. I'm just saying you gotta pay the troll toll. In any case, what were you saying, Trig?
I was going to say, are you getting on your way? And is there anything else you would like to do? It's going to take you about 3 or 4 days to get to the chateau, but you'll make good time. I will say by the day before you get to the chateau, a raven called Ixel will appear and have a quick chat with Jenny and
Stephanie.
Stephanie, rather. Yes, you're right. Sorry, she's totally a fucking stand-in for what I'd planned with Jenny. And then fuck off. And but is there anything else you'd like to do? Do you want to? I don't know.
Each day, Garrow's going to insist that the party drill on the cannon, so they keep practicing.
Okay.
And he will also attempt to engage Alistair in arcane conversations once or twice.
Okay.
I would like to make sure that I have a jar filled with not filled. I have a jar of at least 3 spiders that are alive on me all time.
You can have as many spiders, beetles, worms, flies, etc. as you like.
Can I ritual cast speak with animals and speak with spiders to basically tell them, if you come with me, I'll give you a big reward.
Okay.
Something similar like that.
He's trying to groom spiders.
Yep. The girls in the cart do have a few complaints that there seems to be fucking spiders everywhere.
If I see any spiders, I will stamp on them.
There's more like about 300 or so of them in and around the camp, visible at just almost all the time. People are constantly going, fucking spiders. Ugh. Why are there spiders everywhere?
Where do they keep coming from?
Alistair vocally makes a point that he has no problem with the spiders, and yet always suspiciously seems to be nowhere near them.
CD just whistles.
I would like to continue to train the girls in some self-defense skills, and also keep a very close eye on our Succubus.
I want to play cards with succubi.
Okay.
I would like
What type of? I mean, what? Yeah. Okay. Sure. He doesn't have huge amounts of money to win, but
Oh no, not for money.
Oh, you're playing strip poker. I understand. Good idea. I would too.
I mean, you're filling it in for me. I'm just wanting to play a game.
So, Ez,
Yes.
Garrow wanted to have a conversation with Alistair.
Yes. Also, did you say that he's going out of the way to avoid the spiders?
Possibly. All I'm going to say is that wherever there seems to be spiders, Alistair seems to be a very long way away from that location.
Well, I would like to, on our last night before arriving, but we'll get to that after the other thing you said, pull a practical joke on Alistair. But first, yes. Yes, Garrow is very keen to have conversations about Arcane with you.
I mean, if I can offer a word from our sponsor, Raid Anton Cockroach Killer clears out spiders for up to 4 weeks. No, sorry.
Does that work in the forest?
It's pretty amazing,
I
actually.
mean, it apparently it actually works on sort of the sides of riverbanks and so on. So I would possibly imagine it would. It is quite the nasty nerve toxin for bugs.
Don't spray it in a room and then sit in the room because it makes your tongue go tingly.
Mm-hmm. We all know about the time you gassed yourself, Grace. Kiki.
Didn't gas myself. Anyways.
Mm-hmm. What were you saying, Ez, before we were rudely interrupted?
I've totally forgotten.
Something about a practical joke.
Oh, yeah. Since you made a point that we're aware that you're never near the spiders, I'd like to ask CD if I could borrow one of his jars of spiders for the express purpose of taking the lid off and leaving it somewhere very near to Alistair's bed sack.
Oh, you're evil.
I could do one better. I speak with the spiders and tell them to basically attack him directly.
Oh, that's even worse.
Wait, do you say that to Garrow?
You're going to from 1 to 100, Chase.
Hang on. Do you say that to Garrow? Is that your suggestion?
Okay, I suggested to Garrow first to see what.
Garrow's going to be taken quite aback and says, "You have no idea how to play a practical joke on someone, do you?"
I never had friends when I grew up.
This is probably why, since you're trying to kill them. Garrow puts his arm over your shoulder. Look, stick with me. I'll help you out. The aim is to make it moderately inconvenient without actually doing any harm, and then we have a good laugh afterwards.
I mean, look, they're spiders. Spiders don't harm people. Right. He can't actually talk to them and tell them to fuck off, can he?
We don't know that.
No, but he just realizes that not everyone is a druid, and the pranks druids played on each other is not appropriate for normal people.
What sort of pranks did a druid play on another druid?
Oh, send a dire wolf to bite you up, stuff like that.
Jesus, druids are dicks.
You know what? I'm just gonna have to.
Right.
No, actually, I was hoping Garrow would decide not to pursue this any further, but no, he's still keen to go with this. Yeah. All right. Yeah. No, he says get the dire wolves.
What?
Yeah, he says, yeah, let's forget the spiders. Hide a dire wolf in his sleeping bag.
Did I say that? I mean, let's hide a normal wolf in his backpack. I can summon those.
Well, if you can, go for it. So I'm sure he'll be quite surprised when he finds a doggo in the sleeping bag.
Wait, can I actually summon normal dire wolves?
I mean, you were
Let's-
summoning monkeys like last month, weren't
You did some. Yeah, you did summon wolves.
Dire wolf 5e. What's the challenge rating of a dire wolf? 1. I can summon 2 dire wolves.
Okay, though I
He
will
only
point
has
out that
one
I don't
sleeping
think you
bag.
could fit 2 dire wolves in a sleeping bag.
Depending on how big a direwolf is, I think you can barely fit one in a sleeping bag.
I can just tell one to hide in his sleeping bag and the other to fuck off. Though last time I did use that, I did summon a barb devil.
A great wise man, I think Schrodinger was his name, once said that until one opens a sleeping bag, one never knows how many wolves are inside.
And if they are alive or not.
Yeah, I will admit that I just wanted to do a quick little silly practical joke, and now I'm starting to regret suggesting it.
Welcome in my world, as
Uh-huh.
I mean, look, the spider attack is a bit funny for me. It's kind of funny seeing a druid trying a ritual cast.
Oh, no.
speak with
You
animals
suggested
while
wolves,
thousands of spiders are
and
biting
you know
them.
you're a lot wiser than Garrow. So Garrow's like if you think that's a good idea, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Look, CD growing up, you know what? I'm not even going to explain it.
he's confusing practical jokes with bullying.
It's a practical joke in the between druids.
Yeah, the only I'm insinuating that the only thing you experienced was bullying.
I did that to other people.
Sure, you did.
Okay, how about we we do a practical joke on both him and Grigori.
Oh well, I'm not sure it's befitting of a gentleman to pull a practical joke on a woman. You know, and Grigori is after all an elven lady, so quite highborn.
Oh, it will be fine.
I'll tell you what, if you can persuade Garrow, then he'll go along with that.
Persuasion, don't fail me now.
Oh dear.
I rolled an 11.
There's roll me a wisdom. There we go.
Yeah, no, it sounds like a lot of fun. Let's do this. So, how do we begin?
All right. First, we need Stephanie to tell the barb devil to fuck off. Then we summon the then after summoning the 2 dire wolves, we sneakily put them inside of their sleeping bags. I'll tell them not
what
to
do I need
harm
to do?
anyone. Oh, well, just get Stephanie out to me while I'm in here in the forest.
All right. Yeah. Okay. I'll ask Stephanie if she could accompany over
Surely.
to where CD is.
Surely you're not suggesting releasing demons into the world and letting them roam free?
Look, so long as they don't, we don't share this plan with you.
Okay.
I don't know if
hold on.
Grace noticed
I will-
us
I will
conspiring
happily-
in the corner.
So I'm assuming this is a couple of nights on. Is this
Yeah.
after Stephanie's?
This will be like the night before we arrive.
Night before you arrive. Okay. Night before you arrive. In that case, hold on a second. Right. The night before you arrive, you are 2 miles away at that particular point in time.
Also, you said that Ixel arrived.
That's right. Ixel has arrived.
Did he say anything?
You want to ask Stephanie about that?
Mhm.
Okay. Right. Yep. There was a further attack on the fort, but fortunately the scouts had found the tunnel. The tunnel was actually right at the southwest corner of the fort. Some significant damage was done to the walls. Basically, it comes down to big chunk of wall missing on the bottom left corner of the fort. The French are still in control of it, though. I think
Okay.
people in blue still in fort.
All right, good to know. Thank you.
Okay. Just to edit the plan a bit, instead of being, well, actually, you know what? It is stupid enough to not work. There will be so. I hope they will not be suspicious of the horse-sized lump in their bedrolls. Basically.
I will happily cut down any devil that you summon while doing this, and I do approve of introducing some adversity into Alistair's life. I think he needs it, but we can't be letting demons roam the land free.
Wait, did
Are you,
CD tell Grace what we were doing?
I was going to say, are you bringing?
No.
Are you okay? Right. So
Okay. I just assumed they were being very loud about this.
No, we were
No,
not.
no.
It's a prank.
I mean, if you notice us being conspiratorial at the edge of camp, I'm pretty sure that would have stuck out like a sore thumb.
Okay, are you where are you doing this? And you're bringing Stephanie in on the joke, I'm assuming.
So I
Yeah.
think we were aware. I've just put Garrow now when we were discussing it. CD's now just walked off into the woods, and I'm going to go get Stephanie.
I would be seeing you asking for Stephanie because I was playing games with her.
Yeah. So I basically gone and said, Stephanie, CD wanted to ask you some questions about his spellcasting. Would you be able to excuse us for a moment, Grigori?
Yeah, I want you to roll a wisdom saving throw if you're spending time playing games and so on with Stephanie. Despite how much you would want to, despite the fact that you know she's a succubus, you are finding yourself really wanting to spend a lot of time around Stephanie.
My mind's telling me no, but my body.
Precisely.
My body.
You can't help it. You are generally feeling all kinds of girly and tingly in weird places around her.
Is this the first time Garrow's ever seen Grigori smile?
Grigori is actually every time you are actually happy. You have a bit of a skip in your step, and generally you are very, very pleasantly you're feeling very pleasant towards Stephanie. The idea of Stephanie not being around would concern you somewhat. And even if she's gone off to into the woods with CD at the present moment, you find yourself wanting to find out. You want to follow because you don't like the idea of her being with someone around other people. You're feeling kind of jealous.
Oh my fucking
Congratulations,
God,
you have a
really
crush
happening?
on a succubus.
Is this really happening?
You rolled a 2. That was a natural 1. I'm sorry. You are smitten. These things are quite the creature to be around for any length of time, and it's not magical or anything like that. It's all curves and animal attraction. I'm sorry.
If that's the case, if depending on how many seconds have passed, I'm just gonna excuse myself and sort of follow them at a distance.
Yeah, sure. Absolutely.
If I see him, can I roll to see if I see him following? Would that be perception?
Yeah, sure. You can't beat the 23 stealth he rolled in doing the sneaky thing.
I have one question. I have one question. Is there a fire near where Theo is standing? And if so, is it in...
You know what? There would be a fire, but it's going to be over sort of this way. You managed to make sure that there is no fires too near the wooden carts with the gunpowder on the back of them.
Okay, can I make sure that he isn't coming towards us with the perception roll on my end?
Sure. You are extremely perceptive, but you do not see the very, very sneaky elf essentially spying on you because you're spending time with the girl who he thinks should be his girlfriend, sort of. But
hey, now let's
even
not go that far.
Even though he wouldn't admit that, so he just definitely doesn't like other people spending time around her. Feeling a bit.
I will mention to Samantha
like
and
a small
CD.
child having a first crush. Lol.
I will
I've
mention
just
Sam
found
CD that I do think he's got a bit of a crush on her. And I laugh, heartily at this information.
Mhm.
It's very adorable.
I've just found a video that perfectly sums up how Alistair would respond to the succubus attempting to seduce him. I recommend you give that a watch.
I love Avenger Bros.
Your powers are useless on me, you silly Billy.
So no, I just say that I find it adorable. I think it's Grigori's first crush. I've never seen a smile like this before.
Wow, that's adorable.
Out of context, out of character 1, he's definitely smiled before.
Like this.
Okay,
In
maybe
front
not
of
like this.
Garrow.
The last time he smiled like this, Grace was just getting out of the bath.
Yes.
Aha.
Gotcha.
Anyway.
You mean I was getting just out? I was just getting out of the bath.
No, you were just getting into the bath.
No, I was already in.
Hot cocoa in this season. I love my family. Anyway, so the moment I hear that from Garo, I just look at Stephanie and say, "You must be getting that a lot, eh?" A lot of people look at you like that, don't they?
What?
I think
Sorry, what?
Stephanie has been distracted by a cat.
Sorry. I was playing with cat.
A lot of people get first crushes
Seems
on
like
you like that,
cats
don't
can
they?
also charm people.
Yes, very much so.
That's a different kind of pussy.
Right, so sorry, you were asking her if she's known people to have crushes on her before.
Like that, yes.
She just grins at you and just goes, "It's it's kind of what I do. I mean, all the time. He's a nice guy though. He's pretty. He has the nice pretty hair and I don't mind the pretty boy. I guess
Well, so long as you don't
makes
break his
a
heart,
nice
I'm
change from Gargarax and his friends and some of these swarthy English or French soldiers.
Well, so long as you don't break his heart, I'm okay with that. But regardless, I kind of want your help with something. You see, I want to play a prank.
Prank, okay.
On Alistair and Grigori.
Alistair and Grigori. Don't be mean
Yes.
to Grigori. I mean, we like Grigori.
It's a prank. I used to play pranks like this on the druids in my family long ago.
Okay. What did you have in mind? Alistair's the weird one that does he like girls? I'm not sure. He seems to like books more than girls. Although I do catch him looking occasionally, but he then immediately pulls a book out and pretends to not be interested.
Well, I think he might just be a bit shy. I was thinking maybe just putting some of these spiders everyone's been complaining about in his bed sack. Just to get him out of his shell a bit. But he's told me he's got a much better idea. This is why you're here. He needs you to pull off this caper of his.
All right. So
okay, you want me to give one of the girls to be in his bedroll when he goes to bed? I can certainly sort that out.
No, I wanted to.
Oh, that sounds like a brilliant idea.
Yeah, it sounds. But I kind of wanted to play one of my classic pranks of. I wanted to play one of the classic pranks that the druids used to play.
You just need to stop.
Sorry.
Yeah, you do get close to your microphone.
Is this better? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we used to do this with this thing where we would talk to some dire wolves and get them to sleep in the sleeping bags of other people, and then the moment they open it up to see what's inside the sleeping bag, they would jump in and basically thrash them a bit. It wouldn't hurt them; they would just be playing.
I suggested getting him a woman for the night, and you want to get him a wolf? I think we
he might
have
like
different
that.
ideas of what will come out of his shell. But you have
Yeah,
to.
this is a bit left field, don't you
This,
think,
this
CD?
is a little strange, but if you want to put a wolf in his, I mean, it's a little more. I mean, do you think he can fight a wolf?
It wouldn't. No, dire wolf wouldn't attack him. It would just
Do I need to roll anything to see how much of this conversation I can hear?
we are whispering, so
let them do the conversation, and then yes, afterwards.
All right.
Garrow is not whispering per se, he's Garrow whispering.
Yeah, but we're talking about an extraordinarily stealthy elf doing a weird, jealous sort of spying mission. Those ears pick up all sorts of sounds.
we would just put a dire wolf. They would open up the sleeping bag, and then bam, a dire wolf to the face. So just play with them a bit, and then I can make them disappear like this.
So, I mean, where do I come in? I can talk to the girls, and we can, my expertise are in the party. You want me to organize a party? We can have
No.
dancing girls and wine and women and song and much fun. But wolves not really my thing.
Could you talk to the barbed devil and tell him to just leave us be?
The devil to just leave it be. I mean, sure, just don't attack him.
Okay, fantastic. He claps his hands.
I mean,
All
the
right.
only reason they ever, I don't know if you, I'm going to, I don't know if you should know this. I thought you knew. When you create the link, they are usually kind of, oh, thank you very much, and then want to go on their way.
Really? Never thought about that.
Normally, I mean, they
must be a.
roll me an insight. Roll me an insight after she says this.
Roll you an insight. I have 5 in insight. I rolled the 16.
Okay, you remember back to all the fights you've had and think about it and think, you know what? Every time that we've created a demon, the first thing we've done is started shooting at it. And I do seem to remember the first time we met them, they were saying, why are you attacking us? Maybe there's something to this. That's all you get. That's all you get. Garrow. Yeah, the cuckoo clock pretty much sums up Garrow's experience.
Pretty much.
So you know the cuckoo clock. The cuckoo clock went off at perfect timing then, but unfortunately my mic was muted for most of it.
Yeah.
Oh, just so you guys know, I have to mute myself now.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I guess you have some mountaineers. I guess what you're saying is correct. Must have
But
been
if you want me, if you summon in something, if something nasty comes through, and you want me to see if I can have a word with it, try. Yeah, sure.
All right.
You sure you're going to be okay with letting something big and nasty come roaming around in the woods?
We won't be staying here for long, and besides, the people in here need some activity in their lives.
CD, are you sure? You know, laying something big and nasty in the woods just for a practical joke does seem a bit out of, a bit much, don't you think?
Fine, we'll go with the idea of leaving a girl inside of there.
Are you going for the get the girl in there? Okay, no problem. Do you want me to make sure he has some wine? fact, do you have any herbs? I've been noticing you picking the herbs and the spells and the poisons and the. Do you have anything that? What do you have in there? We could maybe mix up something in his food that makes him feel a little, and then he goes to bed and finds himself someone that is all curves and boobs, and maybe we we make a man out of that boy.
Well, all right. What was the spell you Garo? What was the spell you used to summon in another succubus?
Oh, you mean when I was giving you a pep talk? I can certainly do that if you need.
You want to? I mean, we have girls. We have 30 girls in the cart there. Most of them are good, attractive girls. You want to give them a succubus? Sure. I mean, there is.
Seely, we have one right here. If that's what you need.
There is dangers to that, We have.
Okay,
we have hungers. We have thirsts. It could do him some harm.
I have these plants that I've been keeping in my backpack, and these, cookies that I've been keeping in my backpack as well. Could you get? Yes, they are really enticing. Here, let me open up one.
Chase, are these the ones you got out for the Christmas episode?
Yes.
I would like to rule lawyer that a little bit. That I don't think those cookies are still good.
Yeah,
I think that the honey is going to be okay, but the cookies themselves are probably crumbled to dust by now.
Yeah,
right, fair enough.
They've been there's a couple of months. Cookies, yeah, you should have eaten those sooner. I'm going
to.
I'll remove the. Let me speak, please. I'll remove the cookies and give her the jar of honey. If you could get them to eat this, they would have the time of their lives.
She looks at the honey. She goes, "I tell you what, darling. You keep this. You do that. I will go and talk with one of the girls. I think I can talk at least one of them into showing him a good time. And you do the food. I will make sure that when he goes to bed, he have company. How's that?
But what about the honey? I wanted them to be high of this high.
You can give him the honey. You know that. Yes. He trusts you. It's just that I need to go and if you need me to go and convince the girls, I need to go and talk to them.
Oh, I think he just trusts in me, not trust.
Right, Seedy. You let Samantha. Sorry, it's not Samantha. What's her name again?
She looks at you and she's like, "It is true what they've been saying about you." Stephanie.
Oh, I'm sorry. All these elven names, they all kind of mix together. My apologies. But you let Stephanie go work her magic, and why don't you brew our friend Alistair some nice honey tea? I'm sure I have a feeling he might be into that sort of thing.
Okay.
No, mint and honey.
Okay. I use the once more the locate animal or plant spell to find a plant that would be basically the equivalent of like something I could brew into a tea that makes you high.
You've already got that.
You've got plenty of all sorts of stuff. You will... But right, yes, okay. Sure. You can find something that will put a skip in his step, so to speak.
And I use the honey in the brewing as well to sweeten it and make it.
Okay. Hold on a second. Oh God.
I mean, given that this is wheat honey, surely it would give him more of a trip in his step than a skip in his step.
Weed honey would definitely make him feel very, very chilled. It will make him feel horny. There's no doubt about that. And yeah, he will. He will know he is not in his normal state, but he'll be very, very chill and fairly relaxed about it, unless he's,
Right. Well,
Well,
see.
I know I know
how-
exactly how he's going to respond to this. So you guys go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
So-
see, how about this? Since Alistair and I want to talk wizardly matters, we could do it over a cup of tea each. So,
Ooh, and I'll brew you a normal one, and you make sure to give him the weird one, right?
well, that sounds like a wonderful idea, doesn't it?
Okay. Jenny is going to roll go back to the thing, and she's just rolled a perception check to see if she noticed our elf in the bushes and didn't. And she's going to roll a couple of those. Yeah, she's definitely convinced at least one of the 30 lasses. That she did, when Alistair goes to bed, perhaps someone might want to cuddle up next to him and see if he wants some company for the night.
How did this go from playing a practical prank to getting him laid?
I don't know. You asked a succubus for help.
That's on you. You wanted to maul him with the dire wolf.
You literally asked a succubus for help with a joke on someone, and it is literally their go-to thing is, oh well, I can get someone to shag him if you like.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a
I mean,
succubus.
we
Wait,
went
are we
from
drugging
just
him and
spiders
raping him?
to
You're-
dire wolves to
You're now drugging him and then setting him up
Getting
with some
someone to
French
rape
tart.
him. Yes, this is
Perfect.
suddenly a lot more okay.
You know what? From my perspective, if I had a choice of walking into my room and finding a dire wolf, or walking into my room feeling high as shit and finding some big boobed French tart, I know which I would prefer out of the two.
Oh, I mean, of all the people here, I imagine you're the only one who's probably got experience of both.
And let me tell you, the latter is far more preferable. Dire wolves just not really up for it.
Oh, and then we throw the dire wolves at him. Nice thinking, thank you.
Okay. You know what? Let me roll a perception on that.
Roll perception. I have a 5. I rolled a 23.
No, I got a natural 20. So no.
You know the
Look,
dire wolf
let's
is a bad
put
idea.
the direwolf idea to one side. I mean, yes, it would be hilarious, but without some ample healing people around, and let's not forget the guards, they might not be too happy about this.
Mhm.
Maybe we leave this to another time. How about that?
Also, CD, I
Yeah.
want. Chase. I want CD to roll a perception at the present moment as well. It's the night before you get to the chateau, and there is something that is happening, and you, as a somewhat nature specialist, shall we say, should have a chance at noticing something. So just give me a quick
Should I?
perception. What's your standard perception? What's your passive?
My passive perception is 20.
Your passive perception is 20. You have noticed that as you've gotten where you camped up, that the horses seem a bit frisky. There are a couple of mares and a couple of stallions, and you know what? They've been going at it. You have noticed that you've heard animals fighting in the night as well, just recently. Just every now and then you'll hear what sounds like not a hunt, but actually sort of frisky behaviour, shall we say, going off generally all around you.
Oh god, she's getting the animals to fuck each other.
Do I notice anything?
Do you roll me a perception?
I've got a passive of 15.
You might. And anybody that's got a relatively high passive perception and is used to nature will notice that there's quite a lot of I mean, it's spring, but this is a little more than normal spring behaviour.
Is it a full moon?
It is not a full.
Okay, I'm out of ideas.
Should I roll perception?
Yeah, by all means. No, you've got no idea. Kiki, you've
Not
certainly
present, so-
noticed, and Grigori, you have also kind of noticed that the animals are a little more rambunctious, shall we say, than normal. Also, I'll tell you what, CD, what you will have noticed is Tatui is generally antsy, and he can talk to you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's been muttering about, God, if I can't find a rat, I'm gonna have a squirrel at this rate. I am freaking horny. God damn it. In fact, he might sneak off in the night whilst you're asleep and go and get himself some rat.
All right. If you want to, I open the bag and tell him go and do the deed and then come back.
You don't have to tell me twice. He's off. He is off. All 5 legs running at full speed.
5 legs. Fuck you.
Let's see a brown blur streak off into the distance.
Yep. Kiki, I can't hear you. I don't think I've got you muted, so you might be muted.
I would like to see if I can find. Is it Michelle?
Michelle?
Marshall, the lady, the succubus.
What, the succubus that wandered off a couple of days ago?
A couple of days ago.
Or are we
No,
talking?
the normal one, the one that I was inquisiting.
TV.
Stephanie.
Stephanie.
Yes. Yeah, Stephanie's currently chatting with some of the girls and talking the pretty ones into bonking Alistair, and she has succeeded with at least one, and the ones that are have been talked into it are discussing who's going to go and do the deed. I think they've found
So
out.
this is your doing, is it?
Looks up and goes, "What? What is my doing?"
All of this?
What?
The animals? And the people now too? Look, I normally have reasonable conversations with Ambrosius, but he won't tell me anything except how good that mare's backside looks.
Ah.
Wait, you can understand. Wait, you can understand. Oh, of course you can understand your
Yes.
steed.
Like, no, you misunderstand it. There is definitely a thing in the air. Yes. No, this is not me. I don't know. Ever since we got close to town, yeah, there is definitely something, isn't there? It is not me. I do not have that power to do this. I have the power to convince a few girls to make a man of a young boy who is clearly in need of a little experience of the feminine kind.
I mean, I can't entirely disagree, but this seems an odd way of going about it.
What? Talking a girl to go and spend some time with a guy? This is perfectly normal.
But you should win them over first.
Well, yes, but he's a grown man, and he is not a grown man, if you know what I mean. He has probably had the time and not spent it well.
I was going to say, he's not quite a grown man, is he?
Sometimes no, he is. I have known small girls be bigger than that one. But maybe the one of Giselle over there thinks he is kind of cute. She can maybe bring
She
him
thinks
out
she
of
can save him.
perhaps a little. I don't know. Either way, Giselle is going to go and see if he can get a little taller, if you know what I mean. She winks, and but as for the animals, no, that is not me.
Strength be with you, Grizel. And I think I've got aid as a spell here.
8?
Aid.
Well,
Casts AIDS on Grizel.
Oh god.
You know what? Is aid more appropriate or is heroism?
Oh, hero.
You know,
Wait.
guys, I've been waiting now for about half an hour for this quick chat with Ez.
I know.
It's all right. Garrow's just getting the tea brewed.
It's all right. I
Tea's
spent
brewing the
all
tea. Garrow, bring it over.
I spent all day building up characters and an encounter at this chateau, and at this rate, we're never going to fucking get there.
Here we are.
The
I shall
encounter's
cast
going to be
aid
over by the
on.
time we get there.
Let's do myself and this and Giselle and Stephanie.
Okay. Giselle is stronger, is a bit tougher, and has more resolve about her. She is definitely resolved to boinking Alistair.
You probably should give her some heroism as well. It's probably going to be a difficult journey.
Heroism only lasts a minute. I mean, I'd have to be right there before the axe, and I don't think I want to be.
Okay.
Oh, it would help convince her.
So, is Garrow going to have this chat with Alistair and have a cup of tea and?
All right. The tea is done. Come.
Literally, God is saying, "Get on with it."
So are you going to give me two cups of tea? And you're going to tell me the flagon with the dragon holds the brew that is true.
That is right.
What? No, I'm just gonna give you 2 cups of tea. One cup is red, the other is green. Drink from the green one.
Okay,
Give him the red one.
before Garrow drinks the wrong tea.
Go on.
Look, drink from the green one and give him the red one.
Fine.
It's simple, alright? Don't forget it.
Yes,
Which one do you
green,
drink
red.
from? Which one do you drink from? I asked Garo.
Well, of course, the green one for go, right?
That's right.
No, the green one is for you. The red one is for him.
I feel I need to put this here for people to look at later.
All right, I'll look at it later. But yeah, I
So
simple for you.
Come on, Kiki's spell only lasts 8 hours.
all right, so
Come on.
Garrow will take the cups and walk over to Alistair holding them, and what is Alistair doing? I guess he's sitting there reading by the campfire or something.
Yeah, he would have. He would be sitting next to the campfire, and he would have basically found a nice tree to sit underneath, and there would be a ball of light just seemingly attached to the tree, providing him with reading light.
It's just all right. I go saunter over, with the tea one in each hand. Say, Alistair, my good man. See,
I'll tell you what.
God, is there a fireball over there?
There you go. There's your campfire.
Okay.
Perfect. I'll move
Alistair,
him.
my good man.
Move him there.
Sorry to disturb you from your deep meditations, but I know you and I have been meaning to catch up for some time now. Have a chat of matters arcane. Wizard to wizard, as it were.
Indeed, though I am not a wizard.
Well,
I am a follower of the faith.
nobody's perfect. Anyway, I thought you might like a spot of tea, to go with our little chat.
He raises a visible eyebrow to this, and sure, he would he would reach out for a cup. Shall I roll a 1d2 to determine which one he goes for?
Yeah, go for it.
Sure, if you want.
Cool. Which one's which first?
Which is which ahead? Yeah.
Well,
I'm going to say.
a one appears as red, and a 2 appears as green.
Agreed.
So will you?
Yes, red one.
All right, so well, that's good because I'm meant to hold on to the green one.
You are.
But I'm glad you said that because I wasn't actually sure. Anyway, yes. So yeah, I let him take it, and I hold up the other one to him and say cheers. And so ask him, so when did you first find out you had the arcane powers?
These gifts were not gained by myself. They were granted unto me by my god.
Oh, really? So you didn't have to study or practice or anything? Just one day you woke up and you had the power?
No. One does not study, one does not practice to achieve these gifts. One must simply devote themselves, body and soul, to their master.
Ah, that's quite interesting. I mean, my experience was, well, I just kind of one day realized I could do this, Wasn't quite sure about it at first, but I had a few good guides. And, through a bit of devotion, a bit of gumption and determination, I was eventually awarded with my degree in wizarding, which he gestures at his belt.
Fascinating. He takes a sip of the tea. He then takes an odd look at the tea and says, "From where did you make this? It tastes unlike anything that I have ever had before."
Well, yes, our good friend, CD, he's a bit of an expert in gathering unusual plants and the like, and he's quite good at brewing tea, if I do say so myself. I believe he mentioned that the honey came from a town known as Lavendale. I don't know if you've heard of it.
No. I
So-
presume this comes from your world.
Yes, in fact, that's quite right. It's a lovely, quaint little town. Don't seem to have a good idea about how to defend a town. They don't actually have a town guard, would you believe? But well, quite quaint, attracts all the rich folk. They sell lavender plants, you see.
A town with no guard. How odd.
Yeah, well, that's actually what I said. But anyway, tell me, how are you able to learn new spells, and are you able to share that knowledge?
He thinks for a moment and sets the tea down to one side and begins talking whilst gesturing and says, "The way in which I gain additional power is by beseeching my god Anhaga. At times he is able to grant great power, but at others he simply wishes not to do so. I am at the whim of his will, and I would ask for nothing more."
Well, that sounds like it could both be useful, but also surely inconvenient if you need like a certain bit of magic and he's feeling uncooperative at the time.
The gods help those who help themselves. If one was to merely rely on the powers of their gifts at all times, they would surely find themselves wanting at the most inconvenient of times. Save your resources for when they are most necessary.
Be that as it may, between you and me, at least the gods in this world don't seem to be good sports. Hopefully yours is different, but haven't had much fun with these ones, gotta be honest with you.
Quite. Those who follow the god of this world, they are quite unsavory.
Gemo raises an eyebrow and
Oi.
Looks at you. Are you trying to say that your god is not of this world?
He thinks for a moment and reaches over for the tea and takes another sip and says, "The god that I follow, Anhaga, is not the same god that those of the Inquisition follow. He is a god who has fallen from grace. A god whose power is derived from that of a separate source." He points to the light above him and says, "This is his light. It does not share the same foul glow as what theirs does. It is pure, like quicksilver."
Garo looks at the light source and asks, "May I?" Gestures as if he wants to touch it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I poke it with my finger and try and discern what I can about it in a magical arcana sort of way.
I would say a 12 is enough to identify as this basically just being identical to the light cantrip that I'm sure Garo has seen used by various other magical casters in his years.
Is there anything, I suppose, divine about it?
It seems to be giving off a slightly bluish tinted silvery light. Aside from that, not particularly.
Okay. I'd be quite interested if you could share your knowledge of this cantrip at some point. But I do not wish to trouble you too much. I know you enjoy your reading. So I will take my leave of you, and we should talk more about this another time.
Wait. Perhaps Anhaga is feeling generous tonight. Sit down with me. And he
Arrow sits
just
back
gestured.
down.
Yeah, he clasps his hands together in something close to a scholar's cradle, if you're familiar with that.
Yep.
And he then looks up at the sky with his eyes closed and says to you, without looking at you, "Do as I do and think. Think of the power of the divine. Think of the pure silver light that you see glowing above us. And think. Pray to the Lord. Ask for his power. Perhaps he may listen."
All right. Yeah, okay. I suppose Garo will give this a go from at least from a mechanical point of view, but he has no idea how to really ask. What was it whatever your god's name was again? Anoi
Haga.
Haga. He has no idea how to do that part. So I guess he lip services it.
If Garo doesn't know if you don't know the name, then I suppose Garo wouldn't either. Trig.
Yes.
I'll let you decide whether or not whatever Garo attempts to do is successful.
Sure.
He's mimicking Alistair's movements.
Okay.
And
What are you trying to?
he's trying to like clear his mind and all this divine stuff, but
Okay.
he doesn't really know how to pray.
Yeah. Okay. But this is going to be a wisdom kind of thing.
Okay.
Wisdom or intelligence?
Shall I-
You be the judge.
Well,
I shall roll.
given that Alistair is a charisma caster, and Garo is attempting to mimic Alistair, wouldn't it be charisma?
That's a good point. Actually, that is a very good point. Yeah, we'll go with charisma.
Would it be a performance roll?
What are we trying to gain here? Are we trying to give Garo the ability to cast this cantrip?
Cast light spell, I guess.
Okay, sure.
I
Give it a bash.
suppose.
Give me a charisma roll.
Okay.
Yeah, you managed to
Da
do it.
da da da.
You managed to copy whatever it is you did. There's I don't think you'd even notice it in a slight wisp of lifts around. Yeah, you are able to.
I suppose in that case, when Garrow opens his eyes after a moment, he would see a bluish silvery wisp of bright light hovering in his hands.
Oh yeah, that yeah, he's going to get quite excited about this, and you know, I'm gonna have to practice this. Thank you very much. I've got to go. You know what? I got to go show this to the others. They're going to be well chuffed to see I've got another tool in the belt. We'll have to do this again sometime, Alistair. Thank you. It's been very enlightening.
He just simply nods in your direction, and you get the impression that he might have smiled, just slightly.
Darrow will tip his hat respectfully and bid his goodbye and rushes off to find, I suppose, Grigori to show. Actually, whoever's Grace will be closer. He's going to rush off to Grace, show off this new spell he knows.
I love the way Gory is lurking around the.
I know.
the wagon.
I've been wanting to comment on that for a while now. He's just hiding under the wagon.
Amazing.
Ah, Garrow.
Really? Because Theo's saying he's just playing cards with the girls. It looks a lot like he's hiding under the wagon and peeking through on them. But yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'll have that.
It certainly looks like he's trying to peek a crack shot through the cracks in the bottom of the card.
I know, right?
I'm not sure how effective it will be, considering from what I've seen of the tokens, they're wearing hot pants, not skirts.
Leave the poor lad alone. He's learning. I mean, he hasn't exactly had the best luck with the ladies, has he?
Well, he had a rather embarrassing moment with Jeff. We will leave it at that.
Perhaps the succubus will be more kind.
Yes.
That is in their nature.
Hello. Theo's response is in all caps. That's because you put them over me.
Yes. Carts run over people, not the other way around.
It's particularly funny as well because
Well,
Theo just deleted and spawned in his token again, but then I moved it to the back.
I noticed you did that.
Well, Garrow can show off his light to Grace, and Grace can look interested, but I am serving food. So
Okay.
if we can just have that happen while we cut to Alistair.
Yes, that is true. It is the evening. You guys have I'm assuming, are going to sup. Alistair, have you drunk your tea? What have you done with your tea?
He has finished the whole cup. He enjoys sweet things,
Okay.
and I would say, given that he has literally never had any form of THC in his life, it would hit him like a truck, and he would fall asleep under the tree.
Thing is, here's the thing with THC, and I'm only saying this because I have no experience whatsoever of THC myself, but from what I've been told from people who might have done something like that, because I'm a good boy and I don't do things like this, that when you imbibe it has a bit of a delayed effect, and it is much more invigorating them when smoked. In fact, it's a little bit on the kind of trippy side, but yeah, he wouldn't feel very sleepy. He would feel quite like he wanted to tell everybody about himself. He would be very open and
How would it affect his reading skills?
he would have
Because
difficulty concentrating on the book.
In that case, he would probably be quite annoyed and would just want to. He would probably be in quite a bad mood and sulking in the corner.
Okay. Yes, he would definitely be having the words would dance around on the page a little for him.
When should Grigori do his roles
For whether or not what?
for he when he spied on us?
Oh, good. Yes, you know what? Do that now. I don't know. Perception. Yeah.
Yeah, perception and stealth, I would say.
Yep. Given the level of stealth and his hearing capabilities being an elf, I'm going to give him advantage on it as well. He knows exactly what you lot are up to. His jealousy went away when he realised that that neither CD nor Garrow were in any way, shape, or form hitting on Jenny.
As
And
CD has said before, he's seen prettier.
I don't know whether he found it amusing and what they were planning, but he does indeed know what they're planning. Why are there little blue dots around Garrow? Oh, I know why there's little blue dots, because he's
Showing
doing
off
this
the right spell to Grace. Quite excited.
Of course.
It is worth mentioning that the light cantrip can only be active with one instance at a time.
Yes. Can he
no one told Garrow that.
Can he attach that to the top of his staff and be wandering around with a blue glowing ball on the top of his staff?
No, top of his hat.
Yes.
His
Both
hat.
of these things are possible, although only one at a time.
Excellent. Well, I'll let you choose, Garrow, as to how Garrow wants to use that spell.
I will talk to Ginger after the session about adding that to my sheet and the particulars.
Can you have that blue thing wink in and out of so it's like a blue flashing light on the top of his
A
hat?
strobe effect.
Like a lighthouse?
I'm thinking more like an old-fashioned police light.
Oh god, you want his hat to be a TARDIS? I mean, it's already blue.
If you want, okay, this would obviously be something that would need to be custom done as a house rule. But if you wanted to have Garrow have the ability to manipulate the amount of light his cantrip puts out, then I can hardly see that being an issue, so long as the maximum amount is what's stated by the spell.
As long as my hat doesn't start making TARDIS noises and then disappear, I'm okay with it.
But yeah, for the purposes of simplicity, I'm just going to go ahead and add light to your spell sheet for you now.
Neat.
There you are. A simple drag and drop. That's a good question that Theo's just asked.
I mean, if there were going to be wolves, it's up to Chase. I have no say in that.
Well, Jenny is sorry, not Jenny. Stephanie is definitely sorting out a girl called Giselle to wait for Alistair to go to bed and then basically find her way into his sleeping bag whilst wearing no clothes, and generally saying if she can interest him in any sort of nighttime activities whilst no one's looking. Yeah. That seems to be the thing. Now, whether or not you want to skip to the morning and we'll just have the aftermath of that, or whether you insist that Ginger and I roleplay that out.
Drake, why don't you two just go get a room if that's what you want to do? I mean, no, I think we are happy to skip ahead. I'm going to make executive decision on that. The only other thing I'll say is that Garrow probably tells Grace what was going on with that while showing off the light spell. If it goes that way in the conversation, I get the feeling Grace will approve.
Well, Giselle has been given her resolve stiffened to stiffen other things. So unless anything else happens that evening, she's going to basically sit there and, like a mantis almost, wait for Alistair to go and find his way to his sleeping bag, and she's going to just sort of wander over there and essentially take her clothes off and slide into the sleeping bag with him, unless he says anything.
Okay, so
this is a
honestly,
fantastic looking woman, by the way.
So here's the thing. Alistair, he's got a touch of the tisms. Just a touch. And he would have been put in somewhat of a bad mood by the fact that after drinking that cup of tea, he was suddenly unable to read his favourite book. So, I'm going to roll a wisdom saving throw. And if he rolls, I'm going to say a 12 or higher, then he will... Okay, with disadvantage,
yes,
sure.
Definitely
if
with
he rolls a
disadvantage.
12 or higher, then he will tell the woman to get out of his sleeping bag so that he can go to sleep. Otherwise, something else will happen, and we'll get to that bridge when we get to it. So.
God damn it.
Yeah. He's not in the mood.
Okay, so
if
that's...
I can see if I can see him in a bad mood on his waistling bag, I'd like to surreptitiously, give him say, cheer up, mate, and just pat him on the shoulder and do this spell. Just because I think he's having, getting cold feet.
Right. Okay. Okay. Sure. In that case, he would arrive at the sleeping bag. He would open it and see a naked woman inside of it. And instead of telling her to get out, he would just simply look at her for a moment. Say, "You appear to have chosen the wrong bag," before closing it and going finding somewhere else to sleep.
Okay.
Okay, this is gonna ruin that woman. Seeing him come out of the carts.
Giselle is going to go back and go, well, perhaps he likes the boys. I don't know. I have never known that the Frenchmen would be all over me, but that's well, I'm so what? She goes and finds herself a nice guard to shack up with for the night.
Need I recommend? Need I remind everybody that Alistair is of noble descent?
And gay.
Yes, but so Squiggory.
Maybe a bit gay.
Yes, but so Squiggory.
That isn't something that I've decided on yet, whether or not he's gay, but going by how things are going.
Theo types he is. Oh, wait, there's a bit more. He is not, sorry.
Yep. No. Theo's definitely shown more interest in the girls than anybody else. I mean, Garrett just punched one in the face. CD just seems to hiss at them and go back to his rat. And Alistair has just flatly refused a naked French bird. Don't give me. I'm just being polite. You were the one that turned up in Jenny's room and whipped your tackle out. at her, and then got mocked for it. After what? Yeah, yes, that's right. It was cold. We know. Don't make me make you take 1d4 psychic damage. Right. Francois, however, has seen all of this, and Francois is basically muttering to you, Garrow, that oh my god, is everyone around here gay? That Giselle is whoa. I don't mind giving her some of my word, I'll tell you that. Etc.
Assuming
And you have to put up with Francois making bad jokes about wanting to do things with his wood pretty much all night at this point.
Assuming that the heroism spell didn't summon another demon, I think Garrow's going to try and make a move on Giselle, because shouldn't let a good thing go to waste.
Okay, she is basically looking for someone to jump on at this particular point in time. So if it isn't you, it will be a guard. So if you're gonna be watching this whole thing and seeing that it doesn't work out, and seeing her just sort of generally looking perturbed and put out, you can certainly go and console her. Yes.
Yeah, shake my head in disappointment at Alistair, and just go over, put my arm around her, and just
roll me a charisma check.
Let the night be the night.
Roll me charisma.
Plain charisma?
Yeah, just plain charisma.
Okay. Charisma is this one. I mean, I've got Francois as a wingman. Maybe I get advantage.
Yeah, I'll give you advantage. Congratulations, Garrow has actually got his end away, and Francois will be acting somewhat envious of you and making comments about whether or not you would need a little extra wood next time. I have plenty where that is concerned. Perhaps does she have a nice stick? Does she have a nice sister that is a twig or something? Anyway,
I will promise to talk to was it Samantha, whatever her name is, on his behalf. Stephanie. There you go.
Good God. Right.
I don't know why. I just can't remember that name.
Piece of advice: people, especially women, don't like it when you call out somebody else's name during sex.
Yeah, they really don't.
I will take that under advisement.
That's why I actually had a string of girlfriends, all called Samantha, because it saved confusion. I'm not even making
Seems
that
you
up.
and I think alike in that regard, Trig.
I can imagine you just flicking through Tinder or something, going, "Oh, she's nice, but her name's not Samantha. She's nice, but it's not quite close enough."
Literally that, yes. Oh, sorry, I'm writing with your account.
You keep doing that.
I know.
You keep literally putting words into my mouth.
Yes. Okay. Right. The morning has come, and it is not the only thing that has. Garrow is feeling the joys of spring, so to speak.
I think it's the first time he's actually enjoyed being in France.
Yes. Yes, and you're very definitely enjoying being in France at the present moment. And you know what? Giselle had a nice time too. She's she thought she'd take one for the team with the tiny little wee man that was a bit weird, but instead got the biggest, strongest bloke that she's probably ever laid eyes on. So yeah, she's rather happy with things.
Is the Tui calmed down yet?
The Tui has made his way back, but he's still feeling a little feisty. All the
You
animals
feeling
in the
jealous there, Chase?
all the animals are feeling a little bit feisty at the present moment. Do you want to make your way to the chateau?
Yes,
I
and
think
on
that
the
might be a
way,
good idea.
on the way, can I roll nature to see what's exactly making them, or should that be animal handling?
Either will do.
All right, animal handling. 21.
You don't know why. There is something in the air, in the area, some sort of effect. Animals are just kinda horny at the present moment.
I cannot be seen riding into battle on Ambrosius, the five-legged horse.
Yep, all animals are just somewhat feisty. And the closer you get to town, the closer that is true. In fact, as you get into the town, you literally there are dogs shagging in the street. I mean, that's not unusual, but usually, it's not all over the place. But everywhere there's two dogs, they're just leaping on each other, or fighting, or a bit of both.
Problem, I don't have commune with nature, so I can't see what's happening.
But as you're riding into town, you are suddenly, rather imposingly, in front of you, is the chateau. And have a picture of the chateau. That is a modern picture, so there are modern people. But that shows you two sides of the chateau. There are, in fact, it is a four-sided chateau. That is the courtyard in the center. You could, but you can see the third side of it coming out. It is a quite impressive looking chateau. What is Gary doing?
He's peeking out from behind the wall, obviously.
And
I don't think it really matters where we put our tokens on this.
There
Does
are
it?
no. This is just an image to let you know that you are in an extremely large, stately home. There are quite a large number of guards stationed all around.
There we go. I've put Alistair in an appropriately dark corner and
Can't see him. Where is he? Where is he?
he's in the bottom right.
He's in the bottom right, very
No,
small.
that's the goal.
Although,
There he is.
actually, Alistair's the only person that's the right size. The rest of you are.
How do you scale your characters?
Be a GM.
Yes.
Ah.
Just made him slightly smaller.
Oh, damn it.
Right. So it is a very, very, very stately, very, very beautiful chateau. There are a number of guards there, and as you are pulling in, there is a large retinue, shall we say, and carriage,
Mhm.
and of what these guards are a cut above the rest. You haven't seen guards dressed in armor. Well, actually, you have. Roll me a perception check, each of you.
Ooh, Alistair's good at these.
You're only going to need to get over 10. So, amazingly, Kiki doesn't.
No, I got 69. That's a win.
No.
Oh my god, Alistair actually got high.
But basically, you'll notice that everybody there, all of these guards, or certainly the guards of this retinue, are wearing a similar coloration armor to Grace. They're wearing golden armor with red cape with black embellishments.
Ooh, Alistair doesn't like this.
And getting out of the carriage that is there is a very ornate carriage, lots of gold on it, and yeah, there has been a person riding in that carriage, being drawn by 4 horses, and out he gets, and he is a man in a dress with a very pointy, tall hat. Would you like to roll religion for me, anyone?
As a man of religion native to this world, I'm also bad at this.
But as you're native to this world,
Trick.
Yeah. Sorry, just eating cheese.
Do you mind if I change my proficiency from history to religion? Because let's be honest, that would actually make more sense for Alistair.
No, absolutely, no problem at all. I'm going to give you advantage on this one anyway, as you're native, and this would be fairly obvious.
Huh.
Because what is standing in front of you is someone in possibly bishop or archbishop type tier clothing. This is an important man of the clergy that is making his way into the Great Hall and is being welcomed in by the you know the retinue of the house, if you will.
He got out of the carriage and went straight into the Great Hall, is that right?
Pretty much, yes.
Wait a minute, he can't be a bishop, he's moving in a straight line.
Well played.
Oh, don't worry, as the Great Hall is aligned on a northeastern axis.
He's a man in a dress. He's clearly a queen, and therefore can move in any direction he wants.
No, I'm not taking the bait on that one.
Right. Very quickly, a master of ceremony runs out to see you guys, and asks you who you are and what you were doing here on this on very most auspicious of days.
I'll walk forward and tip my hat and introduce myself. Francois translating for me, I hope. Greetings, my fellow. We've just arrived on a long trip from. Did we ever know the name of the fort? Or
I never got round to naming it.
no. Okay. Well,
Fort insert maybe.
Garlic.
Yeah,
Fort Garlic.
Fort Garlic
There we
will do. Yes, lovely.
We have a message for the Duke from Captain football name person.
Gilles Villeneuve.
So race car driver person then.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, Mr. Nerf. He said it was quite important that we deliver it. It was the utmost of urgency. We also have with us some refugees from the town of Brest.
He looks over. You've got a carriage. You've got a siege weapon. You seem to have a large supply of Frenchmen, and
also some guards bearing the fort seal, I imagine.
Indeed. And Stephanie will walk out and greet him, and have a few quiet words as well. At which point he will go, "Yes, of course, just this way." And yes, Theo's going to hand him the note with the seal on it.
Wait.
Right.
Wait, that's for the Duke. It's not for this guy.
This is the Duke's Master of Ceremonies. It's perfectly proper to at least show him that you have a message that is sealed for him.
Does Grigori specifically say no? This needs to be handed personally, or does he hand it to the Master of Ceremony to?
That is a good question. Are you giving it to the? Yes, I mean whichever. Yes, you want to hand it to the Duke personally. That is absolutely fine. He will usher you to the Grand Hall when the Archbishop has arrived. We'll, of course, need to wait at the back but make your way into the Great Hall. I will show you the way, and
I whisper to CD as we're being ushered along. Now look, best behaviour, CD, no direwolves.
Archbishop, you say?
I'm not gonna summon them in here.
yes, man, we
Yeah,
need the Archbishop.
I will translate things so everyone who doesn't speak French can understand.
Yes, some say he may be the next cardinal. He's a very important man.
Indeed, sounds a most holy individual. I would speak to him if I had the time.
If he is, that will be up to him to discuss. But I will make your intentions. Make him aware of your intentions.
Inform him that I have urgent matters to discuss regarding this place, boy.
Also, anybody, I mean, you'll make your way you'll be shown into the Great Hall. And I'm just going to, yeah.
They have somewhere they can stable my horse.
The horses and everything is taken care of. The girls are taken care of. And you guys make your way into the Great Hall.
Quite a pretty map you got here, Trig.
Yeah. And you see in front of you some, as you see there, there is the Archbishop and his retinue of 8 very, very sturdy looking knights. Very sturdy looking. And in front of them, the Master of Ceremonies asked you to stay stay at the back, and you can hear there is a discussion going off between the Archbishop and the Duke and his good lady wife, and they are being very cordial, and the Archbishop is saying something about the war effort. I want anybody that is a magic user. And I mean by a magic user, essentially it's going to be Alistair and CD.
What should we make?
By the way, Trig,
Yes.
during all of this, Alistair is fully aware that he is probably best not exposing the true nature of his gifts to everybody around him.
Oh,
so
right.
is going to be mostly just sitting quietly, just observing, being polite, and trying not to get everyone in trouble.
Right. Good choice. What I would say is roll yourself an insight. It's an odd one, this one, because I want you to roll to see if you notice something. Just roll me a perception. You're gonna have to roll a high perception, or perhaps an arcana, whichever you like. But yeah, okay, good. As both of you got very high perceptions there, I will tell you, you feel your magic senses and magic abilities are dulled.
Interesting.
Very dulled. In fact, what sort of senses you normally might have that would rely on some innate magic are not working. You are a mundane human at the moment.
That is interesting. Well, Alistair's goal here is to be a fly on the wall. so he is not going to kick up with us.
Okay.
And so
There
will
is-
I.
There is some conversation going off and some raised voices happening.
Are we able to make out what they're saying?
Yes, do the perception checks that we have rolled enable us to try and do a spot of eavesdropping?
You know what?
Before that, could I make a perception roll on the NPC in the bottom right corner of the map
Sure,
to see if I know who it is or recognise it?
sure. Is that
24.
The 24 that you... Yes, you do recognise a familiar face. All the way down in the bottom corner there. And she looks at you, smiles, and just puts her finger to her lips. And
Yeah, I will surreptitiously tip the brim of my hat in her direction, and won't say anything.
there is
Alistair will get Gyra's attention and quietly ask, "Is that an acquaintance of yours?"
That's the one who entrusted us with the fair maidens to bring them to safety, to the city of Paris, I think it was.
I see. Interesting destination.
At that point,
Yes,
the door
she-
slams shut, and the two bottom paladins over here turn and suddenly become aware of your presence. And they just hold a finger up to their mouths. And back down again.
Oh,
There is a hell of an echo in this room. And as
that's...
your perception,
Yeah,
yes, you can
sorry,
hear what is
I
going on.
probably, I probably should have pointed out that Alistair was whispering this to Gyra.
That is okay, but that whisper will be able to be heard at the other end of the room.
Yeah,
The acoustics on this are one of those places like the whisper gallery where any
Okay.
sound that goes off in this room is heard all over the room. It is wildly acoustic.
In which case, if that's the case, after Alistair asked the question, I would have heard his echoes, and I would have refrained from answering at this time.
No, you've said it already, and no, you wouldn't. It's not a matter of echo; it's a matter of sound carrying.
Oh, fair enough.
You said it. The paladins have heard you, and they've told you to shut up by just finger to lips. What you were hearing is the good Archbishop here speaking quite loudly about it's. Look, your father is. We the church. We have concerns. Your father is running a war, but at the same time he is running a brothel. And it is not for me to say how the king should, comport himself, but this godlessness is of great concern to the church. And there are some words coming back from the good lady, the Princess Joan of France, daughter to the king, wife of the Duke of Brittany. And she's basically saying, look, he's my father. I can't help this. I can't control how he acts. But you should, you should remember your place, Bishop. You are not cardinal yet. At this point in time, I want all of you to roll a a wisdom saving throw, please. I want you to beat 18.
We are doing concerningly well so far. What the fuck?
Very, very concerningly well.
Does this mean the last 2 rolls are going to be natural ones?
Oh yeah. Do you want me to roll for you there, Theo?
Okay, excellent. At least one.
One of us failed.
Yep,
Yes.
this is
We're
great
happy
news.
for that.
I'm fucking ecstatic.
Yes. That's
Um,
surprising to me because I have an 8 in fucking wisdom. What the fuck?
Yeah, you've got more wisdom than I have.
I've rolled on Theo's behalf, and that's a
Yeah.
5.
Theo has failed. Okay, so I want both CD and right. Okay, I want both CD and Theo, or Grigori rather, to roll a D100 for me, please.
Okay, I would say go with the 21 that Grigori
No,
got.
no.
Okay. fair
No,
enough.
it's done. It's done. It's done. It's only a temporary thing, and it will be funny. Deal with it.
I rolled a 9.
You rolled a 9. Okay, I am going to give you two a temporary trait. Oops. It is. Oops, where the fucking has it gone? God damn it. Bugger up the table. Right. I'm going to DM these traits to you. So, Chase,
Yes.
here is your temporary trait.
Oh, good fucking god.
Theo, here is your temporary trait. You do not know that this trait has become part of your personality, and I will let you know when it stops being the case. Yep.
Yeah, I'll be back in a sec. I'll feed the cats.
Essentially, they're not difficult things. They're just personality traits that seem to have come on. Neither of you have gotten any of the really good ones. Although, actually, to be honest, Chase's is kind of fun.
Yes, it is really funny.
Right. Okay. So, they're having an argument. These two, the Archbishop is having an argument with apparently his good lady wife, the Duke, and the Duke is essentially going to say, "Look, I will have a word. I will see what I can do. I am at the present moment trying to settle a peace in the area. Unfortunately, it has unbelievably, I cannot believe I am saying this, but almost been set back by certain things that have happened. I've heard that the town of Brest was attacked and a lot of damage was done, and the English are furious about it, and it looks like the peace efforts that I've been trying to put forward have been set back by this, but I will find a way of spinning it. Leave it to me, Archbishop. Leave it to me." Archbishop basically goes, "Well, I will be staying at your residence for a day or two. And you can find me in the chapel." And basically turns and starts to make his way out. Oops, get rid of all the junk that I've been saying. As he makes his way out,
the moment he begins stepping in the direction of the door, Alistair immediately gets way out of the way.
fair
I mean,
enough, he has locked eyes with Grace immediately, because Grace is basically wearing the same armor or similar armor to his paladins, only almost, shall we say, more authentic than his paladins. His paladins are dressed in an armor that is sent to replicate that of his god's armor, whereas he is transfixed by Grace's or Grace's presence. Are you wearing the helmet, by the way?
Yeah. In fact, no, I will not be wearing the helmet. I will have it held to one side because I'm in a building and it would be uncouth to wear a helmet in a house.
Okay, in that case, he's very taken aback by the fact that you appear to be a large and sturdy-looking woman in this armor.
I will, if he's walking past me, I will address him as he leaves.
He gets to about here, and he looks straight at you and goes, "My child,
Your Grace?
may I have a word with you for a moment?"
I was going to ask the same thing.
Where did you
Providence be upon us.
Where did you get this armor?
This armor was granted to me by God himself. I am on a holy mission to Paris, in his name.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay.
Okay.
Fucking Joan of Arc here. Okay, right. You're going to have to roll a persuasion check for me on that one, please.
Yeah, sure. What did you expect me to say?
I know.
Give her advantage.
I'm going to give her advantage because of the armor that she's wearing. Yeah, literally. Oh, I'm just Jesus. Don't worry about it. Literally that. Yeah. He looks taken aback by your rather loud and brash statement. And says, he sort of looks at your companions and goes, "I would have words with you and your companions in a minute. You must, of course, go and see the Duke. But meet me in the chapel later. I will be
Indeed.
there." And
I shall look forward to it.
they rock off out the door.
Well, he seemed nice.
Can I make an insight check to see what the what thoughts may have been running through that poor man's head?
By all means.
What do you mean, poor man? He asked a question.
Ooh, my rolls aren't bad tonight.
21 insights on that. He would be taken aback. It's difficult to say. I mean, you just basically said, "Hi, I'm Joan of Arc," and Joan of Arc managed to get away with being Joan of Arc for quite a while by being quite charismatic and so on. Rolled a 17. They are familiar with the idea of miracles. He is taken aback. He is very, very taken aback, primarily by the appearance of Grace in what is, somewhat unusual armor outside of the Archbishop's personal guard. And it's his, like I said, his guard is wearing an approximation of that type of armor. This appears to be the real deal, and he knows it. So he is. Your insight is he's flustered. He is confused. He was not expecting to see that sight today on this particular mission of his.
Excellent.
Meanwhile, the Duke beckons you forwards. And joining you is going to be Stephanie. Going to have made her way in kind of behind you. And is going to join you in the background. You barely notice that she's there.
I'm sure we barely noticed, but I'm sure the Archduke certainly does.
Oh, yes.
You know, with all our characters alone like this, I've really got Wizard of Oz vibes right now.
And
Alas, I'm only looking for a heart.
A brain.
CD's out looking for courage.
from your from the
No,
corner,
actually, I'm looking for
as
a
you've
mirror.
as you have quite rightly noticed, out from the doorway, who is waiting in the wings, walks Jenny. And she wanders up and beckons to the princess, the duchess. I think princess is probably the correct, because she's a princess as well as a duchess. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I think you are addressed by yeah. Yes, exactly. And the two of them somehow manage to whisper quietly to each other, even though normally anyone speaking seems to sort of it be heard all over the place. They have a sort of quick whispering session together, and the princess turns around and goes, I see you have brought my new handmaiden. Jenny told us to expect her. And Stephanie scuttles forward along with the rest of you and says, my lady, if it pleases you. And she goes, yes, you look like you could please me a lot. I will speak to you later. You know Jenny? She can get you set up. And She and Jenny exchange a look, and basically off they go.
Theo just needs to switch devices from his laptop to his phone.
Fair enough.
Perhaps now may be a good time for an officially sanctioned break.
I mean, sure.
In which case, I'm going to use the opportunity to get a snack.
Okay. I shall be right back too then.
Kiki, you seriously need to tone down the nonchalant bragging with Grace. Christ.
That was brilliant. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's not bragging, it's blunt honesty.
Oh no. Oh no.
What are you all knowing
Drake?
about? What?
I have just found something which I'm going to gift onto you purely so that you can more effectively torture other people.
Oh, awesome.
Check Yesrallaw Odyssey.
Always.
I'm sure you'll be able to specifically torture die with this.
That's terrible. That is absolutely awful.
Mm.
Good God. Good
It looks like something I would have written. God.
Good God, that's awful. Yes, that would definitely be a useful torture device. Rid of that graffiti. Why is Alistair hanging back like a weirdo?
Because he is a weirdo.
He's going to get
Because he's a
shouted.
weirdo.
He's going to get shouted at by the Duke now for being rude. Stand forward with the rest of you. Instead of skulking like a thief. Simple as that.
So Garrow wants a brain. Grace wants a heart. CD wants some courage, and Theo just wants to get home with his ruby slippers.
What I will say is that when the Archbishop left and shut the doors, and those big, thick, heavy wooden doors on those huge, thick stone walls, your magic senses started to just a bit. Quite a lot.
So the Archbishop is the source of the fuck you mages.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
I'm back. Have I missed
Welcome
a
back.
thing?
You have missed all sorts of things. The plot, mainly. No, I was just saying that the magic senses, the ability to use magic, that feeling of being somewhat made more mundane, has lifted as the Archbishop has left.
Ah, that's good to know. I did question, was Garrett even aware that any of this was happening?
Gamma rolled.
I think it was a 20-something.
Then, if it was a 20-something, yes, he would have been very aware. Garrow's not a massive magic user, though. He doesn't have highly buffed magic perception. But yeah, no, that was quite the field of energy dampening thing that was just happening there.
I mean, was it a case of Francois' constant background commentary just suddenly went quiet?
Yes, Francois' background commentary literally went silent.
Suddenly Garrow's tinnitus intensifies.
Yes. In fact,
So
he has suddenly gone, oh, thank God for that. I felt like I was chewing on a sock. I could not. What the hell was that? That was, oh my God, that was weird. Archbishop guy, he's a strange one. Did you see him? He is wearing a dress. Think he wears women's underwear too?
Gary would know this, but our character is almost certain.
He's got a small boy under there that's keeping pace.
Now, is everyone back? Can we start that? Because
Theo, are you here?
I'm here.
Well,
Theo is here. CD
he
right.
said he was.
Okay, groovy. Okay, yes. The Duke steps forward and goes, I was told you had a note for me. You were at the fort outside the Brest, yes? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jean the Fifth. And this is my good lady wife, Jean, daughter to the King of France. You notice that she is a stunning beauty, an absolute babe. Yeah, you have been somewhat spoilt on your travels of late by very, very attractive women, and this is yet another very, very, very attractive woman.
On the scale of 1 to not Samantha, where is she?
Oh, equally a par. Stunning.
Ah.
Outrageously stunning.
Which is why you appear to have caked on the makeup in her little sprite there.
Caked on the makeup, I put a few tiny dots of blue and a few tiny dots of pink. But yes, she is wearing a little bit of makeup because she's a French
Well, I'm just saying,
princess.
a few at this kind of scale, a few tiny dots makes up about 10% of her total body mass.
Ginge, what was that button again?
The button to do what?
To make the pictures bigger.
Control Z.
Ah. Undo.
Well, I suppose normally Grigori would be the one leading the conversation, but
Alt Z.
since Theo may have trouble with that.
He is not. You're going to be silenced and go no. Please step forward with the note. And you back there, hiding, skulking in the shadows. Step forward, or are you a spy or a thief? Should I set my dogs on you? Step forward like a man. Stand in line.
Alistair will step forward with the rest and bow respectfully and say, I apologize. I was not aware that I was worth speaking to.
That is for me to decide. You've come to my presence. Stand here. Let me look on you. So, you were at the fort, huh? And I'm assuming we'll let Grigori move forward and hand him the note, and then scuttle back.
Indeed, a glorious battle.
As he looks down from reading the note and looks at you and goes, "You'll have to excuse me, madam. I wasn't expecting a woman under all of that armor. If you will, I will take a few seconds to read this note.
Theo,
Captain Villeneuve. Sorry, what?
I think Theo
Theo's-
is desperate for you to see what he's typed.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Your groveling has been noted. Yes, it is not of note. It is not of comment. You not doing that would have been comment. He looks through the notes and he goes, "My good Captain Villeneuve has speaks highly of you. He says he could not have won that battle without you. He says also that you claim to have caused an explosion in the city of Brest. That was you guys?"
We cannot all take credit for that. I believe that was our elf and skulker friend here. I'll indicate to CD and Grigori.
That has caused me more problems than you would believe. But it was a hell of a blow for the English army. The French army would thank you greatly. It is just a damned shame. I am trying to make peace with them at the moment, and you blew up that goddamn city. Still, I will find a way to make use of this. So you're on your way to Paris to meet my good lady wife's father, yes?
Indeed. I have a most pressing engagement with the king.
Good, good. I'm sure he would love to meet you. You are it's rare to find a good, strong woman. Never know. The king might take a lot of pleasure in meeting you. His wife seems to grin and poke him in the sides in a playful manner. He was like, "Yes, you've done France a great service. We thank you all greatly. Our chateau is at your disposal if you wish to stay a night or two, and can perhaps help you with supplies and equipment on your journey to France. If there is anything you need, you need but ask." And the Duke sort of says there was also mention of a reward for helping the troops that obviously the captain was not able to give you at the time. Let me think on this. I must consider this. Also, thank you for bringing a new maid in lady in waiting for my good lady. We have need of him at the of his child. One of my wards has left me with his well, they have died, and looking after their son for a brief while until we can find something else or somewhere else for him to go. And
A noble act.
hopefully this very attractive young girl can help him find a more gentle way to be. Is a little troubling. In fact, let us send for him. You should meet Gilles. he should be here. And he shouts, or claps his hands together loudly, and goes, "Send for Gilles!" And you don't even notice it, but you hadn't noticed him before. But the man that greeted you at the gate appears briefly out of the doorway where Jenny had disappeared through, and goes, "I will bring him presently, sir." Within a few minutes, rather pissed off and slightly swarthy-looking 8-year-old child wanders in. A second whilst I finish uploading him. There we go. Giant. A giant of a child.
I already hate him.
And he runs up and what can I do for you? Who are these people? The Duke goes, "Gilles, these are our guests. They have done a great service to France. You will be polite." Scolded and annoyed. It is a pleasure to meet you all indeed, I'm sure. Takes a rather theatrical bow at you, and whilst looking at all of you, slightly discomforting manner. He looks up and goes, "My Duke, no, you will wait here and observe. This is how courts are held, and you will stand at the back and watch. Stop terrorizing the dogs in the neighborhood." Looks like he's just been hit in the face with a large stick. Sulks and stands back in the corner and basically stands in the back looking broody and edgy. In fact, I think he could probably give Alistair a run for his money for looking broody and sulky. Only his isn't an awkward, slightly autistic kind of broody and edgy. His is "I am going to cut your heart out and make your friends watch as I eat it" kind of edgy look about him.
So is there a difference?
Yes, one is a bit sort of pitiful and silly, one is slightly chilling, and you know what? I would say each and every one of you get a slight chill looking at this child. If you want to roll any insight or perception, or see if he is a demon or something like that, by all means, you're welcome to try.
Yeah, I'll burn a divine sense. Why not?
Okay. Interesting.
I'm going to stare back at him intently.
After
oh, okay. He fixes eyes on you, Garrow. He absolutely fixes his eyes on you. The presence of strong evil registers on your senses like a noxious odor. It is a very important line on that divine sense there. Because you get evil in spades from this child. But you also don't think he's a fiend or a celestial or undead. He just stinks of evil. But then again, you do notice that there is definitely a fiend in the room, or a creature that maybe not a fiend as such, a something not entirely human that very, very attractive woman standing in front of you is not wholly natural. The daughter of the King of France doesn't appear to be completely human. And she also feels evil. You also notice that as you cast this, she is looking at you with fearsome intent.
I shall return the look of fearsome intent.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Can I take this as an opportunity to have Alistair step forward and break the obvious tension that has just entered the room?
Yeah, by all means.
Can
Garrow
I?
and Grace are just staring menacingly at the. What?
Gallo
Alistair
just
step
thinks
forward.
he's a badly behaved brat, but the fact he stared back at Garrow instead of like flinching kind of makes him think
Step
twice.
forward. He will address the Duke specifically.
Garrow, your
That's it.
intimidation has definitely intimidated him, but you feel reaped out by this kid.
Right, gotcha.
Yeah, this kid, creepy as fuck, and not in a that kid's creepy, as in a holy shit, that kid might kill me in my sleep kind of creepy.
Lock
Is
the
he
door.
basically like Damien from Only Fools and Horses?
He's more like Damien from The Omen.
Oh. Oh.
Perhaps we might accept your hospitality for the one night, but we really must be on our way as soon as possible. We can collect our rewards, restock, and
The princess grins at you and goes, "You can stay as long as you like. You are always welcome here. Any friend of France is a friend of ours. And you are a friend of Jenny's as well, I take it. Jenny is a dear friend of ours."
Regarding
Yes,
that point, Alistair addresses the Duke specifically and says, both myself and Grace here, gesturing towards her, have significant restorative capabilities. Perhaps it may be worth taking an initial examination.
Restorative. The Duke looks confused. So does the DM. Restorative how and why? In what
are
way?
you talking about the boy?
Yeah, it's regarding the kid. He's
Yeah.
based. Okay, let me rephrase that in Alistair's usual creepy way.
Uh-huh.
Both myself and Grace are effective in identifying ailments. Perhaps if there is something troubling your child, we may be able to aid in identifying it.
The Duke goes, "He's not my child. He is my ward. His parents were quite suddenly lost. In fact,
Quite unfortunate.
Gilles, come here, my boy. Come here." And he basically tries to show him some warmth. There is nothing ails Gilles. He is in fine health. Are you not, Gilles? And he looks up and he goes, "Yes, I am feeling very well at the moment. Thank you." That's right. You run along now. You just stay out of trouble. You have a new maid to look after you. Maybe a nanny is the better term for it. She should be able to put some charm in you, perhaps. Off you go. Yes, my Duke, and off he runs. The moment the door's shut and little Gilles is out of earshot, he goes, "There is nothing wrong, sick, as an illness with it. He is troubled. He is troubling as well, but he is troubled. There have been a number of unfortunate incidents surrounding his childhood, and whether or not he is completely responsible for them all, or what, we do not know. Perhaps if you wanted to try and find out, you could, but he is a boy of how shall I say? He gives me the creeps. No, I do not actually like him in the same house as me. Since he has moved in, I have placed guards on my door. We should always, I am the Duke, there should always be guards on the door, but no, now there is a guard at my bedroom door, you know?
Alistair nods and responds saying, have you pursued investigating this from a foreign influence perspective? Perhaps by a man of faith?
Oh, we have men of faith galore. We have them. The Archbishop himself has come here, and we have not actually asked him to speak to Gilles. We'll look into that. Gilles has an interesting take with with religion, though. Maybe that is not a bad idea. Perhaps the Archbishop could put the fear of God into him, so to speak, or at least the zeal of God. But I don't know if that is a good idea. We will see.
Speaking from a worst case scenario, if Gilles is under the influence of evil, perhaps that is something that must be dispelled.
Joan, at this point, under the influence of evil? What, you are saying there are evil things whispering into his ear in my house? Without my knowledge? I don't think so.
Do you know that is not the case?
He looks to one side and smiles a little, and she goes, well, no, I do not know that is the case, but it wasn't like that. It is. He was like that before he came here. He has come here with these problems. It is not something that has happened to him since then. I don't think it is anything to do with our house that is causing this problem.
It is possible that he may have carried these issues with him. If there is indeed evil that lingers around, then perhaps it may be prudent to have that investigated. Better safe than sorry.
I will discuss this with the Archbishop. He has, if anyone can get rid of dark and evil things, it should be an Archbishop, no? Rather than some ragtag of wandering warriors. But certainly, your concerns are appreciated. No,
Alistair
I think
to
Gilles
nod.
just needs a good father figure and some good parenting. He has been left to his own devices too long. Yeah, perhaps he needs a spell in the army and a bit of marching, a bit of sword fighting, a bit of getting himself into manly business. Perhaps we can get him a girl. Mind you, that Stephanie could possibly help him in that regard. She is. Anyway, I forget, what was I saying? Yes, Gilles. He I am sure he has just had some bad experiences, and we can get him right. We hope. But I will think about this one. What you say. Sorry, I do not know your name, but your words are kind, and it is appreciated.
Alistair nods and says, my name is Alistair Campbell.
Ah, Campbell's, like the soup.
He hesitantly nods. And thus new canon was written into Trig setting.
Indeed. Campbell's soup existed in the 14th century. The Duke basically, so at this point, sort of says, right, my house is at your disposal. I have other things to attend. I need to arrange for so many things. But thank you for bringing this note to me, and come to me before you leave tomorrow, and we will. We may have something for you.
I ask him before he dismisses us if we may have use of his library tonight, for we have heard he is a very wise man, and we are always in search of answers to questions.
He rolls his eyes. Ah, so you have heard the Jean the Wise, etc. Yes, of course. My library is for you. By all means, there is more books in there than I could read in a lifetime, and I enjoy the reading. Yes, by all means, make yourself at home.
I will bow respectfully and tip my hat in his direction.
Great.
We should see to the Archbishop, and then perhaps, Your Grace, you would provide us with an escort so that we may find our rooms appropriately.
I will have something arranged. And you
I'll give them a nod and turn to leave.
Right. If you want to make your way out, are you going to go straight to the chapel?
Of course.
Excellent. In that case, I will.
Alistair is also going to accompany Grace for this, but is going to be staying back and mostly just, being present.
Well, the Archbishop has asked for all of the company to join Grace. Yeah.
So I suppose we should all go.
Yep.
It would be rude not to.
Probably a good idea.
Absolutely. You don't say no to an Archbishop.
More importantly, if we don't go, Grace may stab him.
As my old choir master used to say.
I'm just more concerned about Grace killing this guy over some misunderstanding.
What, the Archbishop?
It's entirely possible.
It's entirely impossible. But that is not for me to say.
No.
Right, make your way into the chapel. You are at the bottom there at the moment. Just put yourselves in there and take a bit of a wander forwards.
Oh.
Yeah, Joel. I'll give a knock on the door as I walk in to make our presence known.
Excellent.
I think CD and Theo may have both dispersed.
Dispersed.
Yeah, they have. Theo has to go to bed because he has to be up and early tomorrow, and Chase is apparently much the same.
Shall we?
Alistair, after entering the chapel, is just going to sit on the pew. Unless otherwise commanded to do something else by anybody within the church, of course.
No, raise an eyebrow perhaps, but nothing more than that. Okay, so in that case, as two of the party have gone to bed, essentially, do you want to do? I mean, not that this is particularly involving them, but it's probably good for them to hear it.
I'd say this might be a good natural stopping point.
It is a good natural stopping point.
It is also midnight.
It
Is
is
us
also
ending
midnight.
on our way to see the bishopy bishop of the chapel.
He really is a bishopy bishop.
He is an archbishop.
Whoever
He
an
is
archbishop there
about as
was.
bishop as you're going to get.
This
But
bishop
did
is
he
like
did
there's one
he get
because
to his position by moving diagonally?
This is a an actual character from history. This is a man called Jean d'Armagnac, and yes, he is from the Armagnac region. Who essentially, if you want to look this up, John V was somewhat allied with the Armagnac region during the 100 Years' War. I have been doing a little reading, and it turns out he is well on his way to becoming a cardinal. And yeah, no, he is. He has been doing the bishop and general clerical duties for many years. So I will leave it with you guys standing there in front of him with his retinue of rather splendidly dressed but stern-looking knights/paladins behind him. And he is transfixed on Grace in her armor and looks very happy to see that you have decided to grace him with your presence, so to speak.
We shall go with grace.
Indeed. So, that's been a nice little session. Been kind of fun.
and then I stabbed him. No, sorry.
There's still time for that.
Um,
I'm joking.
True,
And it's
natural
stabbed him.
20s exist, and she can roll 5 in a row.
I don't know if that would do it. I'll be perfectly honest. I'm going to stop recording at this point in time. But